All right. I assume that y'all can hear me. So we're about to start. Um, yeah, exciting. Oh, hold up, hold up, hold up. Wait, wait, wait. Oh, no, no. Ugh. I guess if it's laid exactly on top, because it's like it's all aligned and everything very
So tell
specifically.
me left, right, whatever.
It's fine. If it's exactly on top, it's fine. Which one is Alejandro? Which one is Alejandro? Green, Alberto, orange, Metapod. Got it. Cool. Sorry about that. Yes, there is a green screen here. It wasn't my setup. It was already here. But yeah, there's already a green screen. I got to set up some more stuff. Sorry. So Alejandro is on the green Metapod. Okay. So it should be fine. Cool. Nice, nice, nice. All right. So it looks like we're about ready to start. Hopefully they won't be able to hear me too much. I got to keep my voice down. Different setup. And then, yeah, the background field from the first movie. I think so. I just grabbed like Pokemon landscape and I just threw that up there. So it was interesting. But it looks like we are about ready to go. I don't know what the deck lists are. I don't have the deck list yet, but let us pull it up. So yeah, we got Alberto on the left, Alejandro on the right. I'm pretty sure I got these names right, chat. So you know, hopefully the VOD will the cat playmat. Yes, indeed. So yeah, I do like the Evolutions playmat. That's very cool. Let me know if my voice. I'm trying to keep it down because I don't want them to necessarily hear what I'm saying. It's kind of tough. For whatever reason, I thought there was like a window, but there's a cutout. But you know, but yeah, let me know if the audio is good and if you can still hear what I am saying. I will try to talk into the mic like this so that I don't need to talk too loud. And let me know if the audio in the background too is sounding good, is fairly balanced. That's really the goal. I just want it to be balanced so you can hear me, hear that. Hey, nice. Thank you, Red. Well, yeah. So I will see. I will see if. There's kind of a lot going on right now. I'll see if I can get the deck list at some point soon. But hey, Sonia, do you have the deck list for Alejandro and Alberto at some point? Yeah, later. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
All right, Sean. All right, Sonia, everyone has slips.
So we are ready to rock and roll. I don't know who exactly is going first, but it's interesting. This is like kind of late in the format for Temporal Forces, which is weird to say. One of the shorter formats that we're going to see all year. Temporal Forces came out a bit late. Twilight Masquerade is coming out, I'm going to say 8 to 10 weeks later. And then what's crazy about Twilight Masquerade set is there's going to be also a short format. We'll have the set come out. We'll have NAIC. Oh no, this is not finals. Sorry about that. I can say round one.
Only two that use regular paper.
That's fine. Thank you. Good call out. Good call out. I can change that to round one. There we go. Thank you for that. Thank you for that call out there. We're starting at the beginning. I was stuck on the situation last time, but is that your boy A-Rod? I don't know. This is Alberto and Alejandro. I don't know which one would be A-Rod. So we do have the deck list though. So Alberto, who is going to be on the left with the cat playmat, playing Charizard EX. I'm trying to take a look here, see if there's anything particularly notable. I will say the ace spec of choice for Alberto is going to be Hero's Cape, which is interesting, opting for a beefier Charizard over Prime Catcher or doing a little bit more damage.
Pokemon players. Pokemon players. Just want to
okay, nice.
Our last League Cup of the season. Juniors, you're going to be playing 5 rounds.
Trying to think of anything else. There was an Airy in the list.
Best of 1 Swiss.
Doing some announcements here.
Masters, you are also going to be doing 5 best of 1 Swiss plus a best of 3 top cut of 4 players. For judge calls, I'm your head judge. My name is Sonia. Nice
Might be
to
able
meet
to hear
y'all. We also
Sonia.
got Mike and Mike on the floor. If you have any questions, please raise your hand and call for judge, and we'll be over shortly. We also have coffee, tea, bagels, and other snacks. Feel free to take as many as you'd like. As for the cat, unfortunately, Malcolm, the new cat, is not here, but Spock is here right now.
Sorry, just
Please
getting
be
some
respectful of him.
updates.
If he runs, don't chase him. And lastly, have fun. If there's no more questions, you guys may begin your round one. Good luck.
So, as we were saying, Alberto here, starting out, this is interesting. Let me make sure, yeah, we got it right. So Alejandro is playing a Lost Box deck, just straight up Lost Box, Roaring Moon EX, all that good stuff. But let's see, who did we get to start? Is that Cleffa? Oh my gosh, for Alberto going second. Getting the Cleffa as the starter is about as, about as good as you can hope for. You don't have to switch into it. You don't have to, do any shenanigans. You're already going second. It's already the starting Pokemon. Pretty amazing luck there. Outside of that, here we see Alejandro nest balling, grabbing another Comfy. Yeah, and then again, looking at Alejandro's list, trying to figure out like what is particularly notable about it. Does play, interestingly, a Pokestop and an Artisan in the Lost Box list. I don't know if that's crazy, but definitely different than what I typically would expect. But opting for the Prime Catcher as the ace spec of choice there. So let's see here. Getting a quick Comfy off. Getting a Radiant Greninja off of another Nest Ball. 2 cards already in the Lost Zone, so I'm assuming that both Comfies have been used. Their abilities have been used. I believe those are the markers that I'm seeing there. So getting 2 quick ones in the Lost Zone, discarding Electric, Lightning Energy. A lot of good draw here for Alejandro to start the game. Hisuian Heavy Ball. I wonder what was prized, if anything. We're just getting a look at the prizes. Alberto is playing Charizard EX. Yep, exactly. Thank you. Yep, so. Also, probably the only deck right now that's playing Cleffa, although I could see a reason to play Cleffa in a Dragapult deck when that becomes legal. But getting a 3rd Comfy off in the first turn and then just passing it over to Alberto. Now, the question here that I would have is, okay, you're playing Lost Box, immediately going for the Arven there. Very nice. Probably grabbing a Buddy. Maybe, I don't know what else you grab for the tool. Maybe a Forest Sealstone, depending on what you got in hand. But not playing Grass Energy, so it does not have the Iron Leaves counter. Not playing the Iron Leaves counter in Lost Box, so really going to be relying on Roaring Moon EX. And maybe an Iron Hand. Oh, it does play, and maybe an Iron Hand EX at some point to either take down a Pidgeot that you put a couple of damage on, take some extra prizes. I don't know if that's all. Yes, it is Alberto P. So yes, you are correct, Soloverse. But it will be interesting to me. I'm looking at this list. I think a big determining factor here for Alejandro is going to end up being whether or not Alberto can find and effectively use Professor Turo. Because in this matchup, there's going to be instant knockouts from Roaring Moon, most likely. But outside of that, you don't want to put up too many 2-prizers in the match. So if a timely Professor Turo comes into play, kind of throws off the Sableye damage or the Radiant Greninja damage that might happen. Now, it'll be interesting to see here if Alberto, okay, just choosing to Cleffa and draw just 2 Charmanders down on the first turn. So definitely not the most ideal of starts. Maybe opting not to put Pidgey down, knowing that, if you're playing against Lost Box, Iron Hands is certainly something to look out for. Man's brain can't comprehend that deck. Yeah, Colress putting another, so he's already got 5 in the Lost Zone, and he hasn't even used any of the comfies on his second turn. So getting another comfy here, choosing what to discard. I can see a little bit. It's definitely a hard choice. Opting to get rid of a water energy. It's interesting. 6 in the Lost Zone. I do think there is a small world where, depending on what is in Alejandro's hand, where you might be able to even get a Radiant Greninja off this turn. There is no mana fee on Alberto's bench, which would be huge for Alejandro here. If you are able to somehow Radiant Greninja turn 2, that would be wild. Seems as though with placing that Cramorant down, though, Alejandro probably deciding that it's not going to be necessarily an option. Maybe doesn't have enough switching cards in hand to pull off a another switch and then a retreat. Understandable. It is quite a lot to ask. But looks like he's going to be able to take out at least the Cleffa at minimum. Can't get water in the discard. Interesting. Well, I think that list only, you're correct. You're absolutely correct. So interesting. Iron bundling. I like this play. You know, forcing a Charmander to come up. Much rather take the Charmander here than, you know, something else with the Cramorant. And I suppose just saving the Radiant Greninja for a future turn, maybe, when Alberto needs to set up a second Charmander, maybe a Pidgey, maybe a, well, Bidoof is not going to really get hit by it, but if you're playing the right Bidoof. All right, Super Rod, putting that Water and Darkness back in, as well as the Iron Bundle, the very annoying Iron Bundle early in the game. Interesting. So he did have the Mirage Gate. He did have the Super Rod. My guess then is just missing the additional switch, because we did see one water energy go to the Lost Zone, which was a choice that Alejandro made. So that could have been the third in hand if he had another switch, but definitely a tough one there. We hear them discussing now jokingly, like, yeah, I was trying to get there, but wasn't really an option this time. But this does actually put Alberto, I think, in a pretty awkward spot, because he definitely needs to get more Pokemon down. But if one of them isn't Mana Fee, that's going to be a real problem. Let me see, is this list even playing Mana Fee? And the answer is no. So Alberto opting for no Mana Fee there. Very bold, very bold. So there's a world in which if I'm Alejandro, even if this Pokemon does evolve into Charizard, do you just take out the bench, Pidgey and Charmander, and say, I'll clean up with Roaring Moon later? Maybe considering here, like, hey, like I don't think you have that second water energy. Maybe I see one in the Lost Zone, so gonna set one up. I wonder what Alberto has in his hand, though. Okay, Iono. Okay, just seeing a completely new set of cards. Absolutely fair. Yep, Greninja and Moon to take 4. It still puts him at a 1 prize remaining. So let me actually go on the right here. So Alejandro already taken 1 prize. Yes, thank you. It's a good call out. Got to get into the swing of things a little bit. I wonder what we got off of that Iono. A Nest Ball. I wonder if we get... I don't necessarily want to see a Rotom coming in this late. Maybe we get another Charmander, assuming that, you know, Radiant Greninja is going to have to make some decisions. Definitely an awkward spot, though, because I think you either grab a Rotom or you just grab another Charmander. Yep. Alberto here opting for another Charmander. I think the problem is going to become, though, if this Radiant Greninja can snipe 2 more Charmanders, you're kind of left in an awkward spot where you really need to Super Rod them back in to even get them back onto the field, or else you're just going to run out of attackers. You know, sans Radiant Charizard late. Interesting. Opting to retreat. Did not find the pieces, I guess, for the... maybe getting another Pidgey down? No? Nope, no second Pidgey. Maybe the other Pidgey's prize. Maybe just opting not to bother. But yeah, just retreating. Did not find the pieces. So thinning his hand down with that Buddy Buddy Poffin so that he can draw more cards off of the Cleffa to end the turn, is what it looks like. Yeah. He's drawing a few other cards. Alberto there with the strong doesn't even look at the hand afterwards. This is interesting. I think if you're Alejandro here, you're really chomping at the bit to try to find that switch and water energy if it's available. I will say the one going into the Lost Zone pretty tough earlier. Maybe if the third one is prized, and that would be a really awkward Lost Zone moment. But I think the good news here too is there is also no Jirachi. So I don't know if we have 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 9. One more will put us at 10. So that means also you don't necessarily even need a Radiant Greninja play. You can just come in Sableye, take out 2 Charmanders with a Sableye at this point. So plenty of options there. Getting rid of the Prime Catcher, so there must be another switch in hand, or the other card was just that good. Okay, choosing to draw a couple more there. I guess at this point too, maybe you want the Cleffa to be stuck in the active, although it does have free retreat. 6 one way, half a dozen the other. Other card was Moon. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yep, getting the rescue board, amazing card. Rescue board stonks to the moon right now. Between Tatsugiri, what it's doing in this format. Interesting, choosing to just retreat here into the Cramorant again must just be missing those couple of pieces that that Alejandro is looking for. Bit frustrating. If you're only taking out one at a time, and if we can get a couple of rare candies in this next turn, then that might put Alberto a bit out of reach in the late game for those big plays. Streaming on YouTube on the Metapod. Yeah, check it out. Yep, we did get the rare candy into the Pidgeot. We are maybe grabbing, I don't know what we grab here. I'm trying to look at the list. There's not really a lot. Maybe a Radiant Zard at some point, just to put it on the bench. You know that nothing's going to really knock it out, but okay, opting for the Rotom there, Forest Sealstone, that's the reason. So now you could Forest Sealstone for maybe an Arven, Pidgeot for the other piece to get a Charizard on board. I mean, if I were Alberto, the real goal here is to try to get both Charizards online as soon as possible before the possibility of that Radiant Greninja even becomes an option. Because I think the second those both turn into Charizards, it's going to make for a pretty awkward gameplay, and it's going to kind of force Alejandro into the Roaring Moon plays. I'm not sure where the third water is. It might be prized, Alex. That might be the issue here, is the one going into the Lost Zone early, and then if the third one is somehow prized, then, you know, definitely a frustrating moment for Alejandro. Third water is in the deck. Okay, interesting. Yeah, he had 2 in hand. It's understandable why he couldn't get one. Maybe he just didn't find the water and didn't find another Mirage Gate. Could very well be. Okay. So we got a rare candy, putting a fire energy on board. I'd still love to see that second Charmander turn into something. I don't know. Let me see. Are we playing Charmeleon in this list? There is one. I'd love to actually see it turn into Charmeleon. That would be great. It still puts you in range, maybe. Does Charmeleon have the ability to block Radiant Greninja's attack? Because I think it's 90 damage, 90 HP. So. Okay, just fishing a couple of items out here. Fishing the Defiance Band out and a Counter Catcher. I like this play. I really like this play, though, because this is going to remove that Radiant Greninja. It's going to force him to find another Mirage Gate, maybe 2. It's going to force him to find, you know, Super Rod to put that water energy back in the deck. So definitely a nice response here from Alberto. And I guess if you're Alejandro at this point, you know, you could still, in theory, go around, if you have Sableye, you could still take 2 prizes on the Charmander and the Cleffa, and then follow it up with a Moon play. if you really need. Yeah. Yeah, I think the Sableye here might be the better option because you kind of want to finish with Moon if you can. There's also a world, and I'll just say this, there's also a world in which Sableye, you take the Sableye prizes here, and then you can also, depending on what you got in hand, do an Iron Hands play to finish things off on Pidgeot. So I think Alejandro's still in a pretty good spot, knowing that all he needs to do is find a Psychic Energy. The quick start from Alejandro here might, yeah, Iron Hands in the loss. Oh, is that where that went? Okay. So yeah, it's definitely going to be a Moon option for Alejandro then to close out the game. But I really like sticking with a single prize board, taking out the backup attackers, and then just saying, hey, you know, all I got to do is find the Moon combo to end the game on the last turn. So we got the, this is interesting, yeah. So choosing to put one energy there, this is kind of awkward. Making another pivot Pokemon, I suppose, but I'm not gonna lie. I don't love trapping the water energy there unless you really need it to go into the discard for some reason. I do think there's a world, I mean, I understand it from having pivots, but you know, your opponent could Lost Vacuum the board and now you have a pivot, which is fine, but it's a little scary. Because if there's an Iono follow-up, 2 prizes more from Alejandro there, 2 prizes left in the game. Now, if I'm Alberto, I'm really looking for, honestly, Lost Vacuum, Iono, knockout. That would be my goal. Put Alejandro back down to 2 cards in hand. Yes, he's going to be able to, you know, retreat off of that 1 Comfy, but not a big deal. That would be my goal, is just really get your opponent's hand down to as small of a hand as possible, knowing that he's going to have a little draw, right? But hoping that they just can't find the pieces to combo off the following turn. How many Ionos? So there's 3 Ionos in this list. So it's pretty big. Any Roaring Moon play here is going to be game over. It doesn't matter. So you don't even have to worry about Turo at this point. Really, it's the Roaring Moon that you got to worry about. So there we go. There we see the Iono like this. Yep, Alberto drawing 5, Alejandro getting 2. Now, we don't necessarily need the Lost Vacuum play, but there's a world in which I like it. But, you know, not a huge deal. So Alberto down to 4 prizes. We got a Buddy Puff in here. So one of the 3 cards that he's starting the turn with, just going to fail it. Thinning out the hand, maybe in case of future Ionos. The benefit, I think, for Alejandro here is he does have time. You know, Alberto still needs to take 4 prizes, but, you know, and he's only got single prizes out, and Alberto doesn't have any way of really, you know, taking extra prizes. Does the math play out where Charizard does enough turns to win if Alejandro whiffs every turn? I mean, look, if Alejandro whiffs every turn, he needs 4 attacks, so you need 4 turns. I think the goal, if you're Alberto, is that Alejandro misses this turn, and if you can, you get a Radiant Charizard in the active. So that way you're at least forcing Alejandro to have a Boss plus the Moon combo, which is going to be much harder, right? A Boss plus Moon means he's not playing Colress. That's sort of my thought there. So just doing 110 on Alberto's Charizard there. I think Alberto's more than happy to take that. You know, I'm wondering here, are we seeing, there are some lists that run a single copy of Crisis Punch, but this Lost Boss list does not. No Crisis Punch in this list, so it will not be able to finish it up out of nowhere with a cram next turn. So, yep, we see the Radiant Charizard. This is great. I don't know. It's a tough one. I don't know if I'd love to Turo here, but I definitely want to lead with Charizard as the attacker this turn if I can. Just again, keep forcing your opponent to find those pieces. So just going to Ultra Ball away what looks like an Arven and Charmeleon. Yeah, that's fine. Just thinning out your hand. I suppose you could grab Lumineon here. No, just getting another Charmander. Oh, my camera went out there. Hold up. Maybe it'll come back. It's kind of been doing this sometimes. There we go. Getting another Charmeleon set up. It's fine. Not really sure it particularly matters. I mean, unless you start attacking with Charmeleon, you shuffle the Charmeleon back in, but I think the Radiant Charizard is doing effectively the same thing. Interesting. I think choosing maybe to get rid of a pivot Pokemon here, or maybe stranded in the active. If you can Lost Vacuum this away, but you want to take prizes here. So I'm not really a fan of that approach, so maybe just removing a pivot. Interesting. So still biding his time. Oh no, still biding his time a little bit. Leaving that Charizard in the active spot. Definitely a bit of a gamble though, because you don't know whether or not Alejandro plays the Crisis Punch. So definitely a bit of a gamble. We do see the Roaring Moon come down, although the hand is pretty small. But the fact that the Roaring Moon came down at this point means that Alejandro, I think, must have it, because otherwise you're putting your Roaring Moon at risk, right? Oh, Punch needs the opponent to have one. That's a good point. Thank you. Interesting here, though, putting the Roaring Moon down. You're just, oh, there. Are we going to get a Roxanne? Okay. Big Roxanne turn. We do see Raikou and Forest Sealstone come down with the Roxanne. So what Alejandro is really going to need here is he's going to need to find one Dark Energy, most likely, and then he's going to need to find a Mirage Gate. So one Dark Energy and Mirage Gate. I'm assuming that he has enough in deck still. If he doesn't, there we go. There's the Super Rod. Just kind of had the exact series of cards that he needed. Yep. We're going to put, there's two Dark there. Got 4 in the deck total. 1 is in the Lost Zone, I believe. So interesting. Choosing to put all of these back in. Maybe he's got a way to continue to draw with the Radiant Greninja. So there we go. We do see, so putting that one energy on the Comfy did actually matter in terms of a pivot. Second Mirage Gate, there we go. That's game. So Alejandro there taking the knockout. Very nice. Very nice there from Alejandro. So Alejandro taking it in the end. Just ended up being that with Alberto just having such a slow start to this game, couldn't really keep pace. Despite Alejandro not being able to get those early multi-prize knockouts with Radiant Greninja or Sableye. So, I do think definitely, I wonder if Alberto is looking at this list going, maybe I should throw Manaphy back in or throw Jirachi in, because that would have made the difference, I think. It would have been a big deal. So, but, this late in the format, especially in a League Cup setting, maybe you're just hoping you get a few good matches in the early rounds, and then if you make it to the best of 3 series, great, But yeah, we'll go back over to the face cam here. So, what do y'all think? What do y'all think about the current format? Good, bad? Are you excited for Twilight Masquerade? Thoughts on more decks running Manaphy after Twilight is legal? I think that will really depend on the prevalence of Greninja, mostly. Like if Greninja is really popular, sure. Like Greninja EX. If that's very popular, I think that people will run Manaphy. I think the fact that Dragapult is not stopped by either Manaphy or Jirachi might hurt Jirachi's case, because it's kind of like, well, if I throw a Jirachi down, you just knock it out with the Manaphy, with the Dragapult attack. So it doesn't really matter. So I think it just depends on Greninja EX. I don't know if Greninja EX is going to be top tier. I don't know if people are going to think to run Manaphy to counter it. Trying to think of what other decks. Yeah, I really think that's mostly Chen Pao. If Chen Pao is also really good, maybe you run Manaphy because you expect that, you know. Yeah. Oh, my camera's being all wonky. I'm not really sure what's going on with it. Yeah, let me go there. Yeah, there we go. So yeah. Yeah, that's a lot of books. My face. No. I don't know if it's the Epoch Cam thing on my phone is just kind of be a little wonky today. Just a little wonky. But I'm really excited to play Dragapult. I do think that, because Dragapult, I don't know if Dragapult has the space to run Manaphy, because it's going to be focused heavily on, most likely, the Drag Cloak line. If you're playing the Xatu build, that's more Pokemon on your bench. So I don't know if Dragapult decks are going to make space for Manaphy. And if that's the case, I could see an argument for Radiant, for Greninja EX and Chen Pao decks that play a Radiant Greninja that can somehow weave that into their game plan to be a really powerful response, because turning off the engine of Dragapult is really, that's all you got to do, right? If you can turn off their draw, if you can turn off their energy acceleration, whatever it might be, like most of the stuff on the bench is not that big. I think Dragcloak is Dragcloak 80 HP? I want to say Dragcloak is an 80 HP Pokemon. So, you know, Radiant Greninja definitely would put in a lot of work against, you know, a whole bench full of Dragcloak. So, I don't know. We'll see. I think in Japan, though, while Greninja EX has seen some play, it has not been nearly as effective as Dragapult EX. So I think people who want to do the spreading of the damage, like that approach, I don't know. How much HP does Rotom B have? Is Rotom B 190 or 170? Any thoughts there, chat? I want to say it's 190. 190, yeah. I'm trying to see how that works out with maybe a Greninja EX build, because I do think we'll continue to see Rotom played. And just because it's such a good draw Pokemon for decks like Charizard, like Dragapult, whatever. And the fact that Greninja EX, I think it does 170. It does 170 and 100 to the bench. Am I correct on that? Something like that. Maybe it's 170, 120, but I was trying to think of if you could boss or counter catcher up a Rotom and take a knockout that way, plus getting, so you can, in theory, get a 3-prize turn off of that, assuming they're not playing Manaphy. But I'm just wondering, like, where the 170, like, it's a 2-hit, but I don't like a 2-hit, right? Like, can I take 3 prizes now? So 170 plus 90 is nothing. 260 is like, nobody's going to be playing Goldango. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the Goldango players out there. Nobody's going to be playing Goldango. So 260 doesn't really matter. So I'm just trying to think of, like, where the 170 math can be best utilized. So I think there's maybe a world, I don't know. Is there a world in which you're playing Radiant Alakazam with Greninja EX, and that way you could move those 2 damage counters onto a Rotom? Maybe that's the world you're looking at? I don't know. I'm just trying to think it out right now of, like, does Goldango get better cards in Twilight? It does get Hyper Aroma. I think Hyper Aroma is great in Goldango because, just like Dragapult and Gardevoir, your stage 1s are your draw engine. So I actually think that that's huge for Goldango. You can evolve into Scissor as well. Yeah, I think Hyper Aroma helps it a lot. Outside of that, I don't know. I don't think it probably, I don't know if it gets all that much. It doesn't get hurt by much. There's not like a fire deck that got good all of a sudden, right? Like, I think I think we'll see a fire deck maybe in the next 6 months. Pokemon typically likes to do like blocks of time where they're like supporting specific archetypes, and I think between Mila, Magma Basin, I do think we'll see a resurgence of fire at some point, but I would say Hyper Aroma is probably the main thing that Goldengo gets. Trying to think of anything else. I don't know. I don't think there's much else. I just think it's, maybe people will play it. I think you should try it out, Alex. Outside of that, though, yeah. But I don't know how much longer this round is going to be. I'm probably going to grab a quick drink. So I will be back in like a couple of minutes maybe. But chill out here. Tell your friends. Actually, hold on. Before I do that, let me just quickly go back to the tabletop cam. I want to show off the 2 different playmats that we got there. I'm not sure. I think there's a link in the Discord in the description of this live stream, but definitely check. But you can see the 2 playmats there. Those playmats are now actually for sale on the Discord, on the Metapod Discord. So join up, and you can order them. They're $30 each. And as you can see, there are 2 different versions now. We have a shiny version of the Metapod playmat. So those are all ready to ship. I say that they'll ship when I get around to shipping them. I'm not running a proper business here, but $30 each. And I will just say that is not really a cost that is based on us trying to generate money. It's covering costs, right? Covering the cost to print them in a semi-bulk fashion, covering the cost of shipping, and then each playmat sold, $5 goes to a royalty payment for the artist, Zach Roy. So if you like the Metapod playmat, if you're watching this and that's something you're into, join the Discord and you'll see information there on how to buy one. But yeah, with that, I will probably just go grab a drink, and I will see y'all in another minute. All right, we're back. We have the next round about ready to start. Going to be Chaz and Jonathan. We're going to hopefully put some more music in there because they can hear me talking, and that's not ideal. That's not what I want. I don't want them to hear me. I want to be a fly on the wall.
That's so loud.
No, we're trying to make it so you can't hear me talking. That's the goal. Yeah. All right. Can you hear me when I'm talking like this? Is it that obvious?
It's not that bad.
Okay. So hopefully, let's listen to some good music. But let us get over to the tabletop stream. I got to change round one
If you want
to round two.
if you want a little fancier spot for
Oh.
Arizona.
Oh, thank you. Look at that.
Oh, it doesn't fit perfectly.
This
But
is. Hold on. I
be vibing.
gotta show the stream. Oh, look at that. My Arizona green tea. It's really weird because we got the green screen thing on.
Yeah.
So that's
Just like
wild.
features
That's
of
that's
Arizona.
super wild. But yeah, it's like my little pool floaty. Not exactly sure who's going first here, but we'll find out soon enough. Oh, we did not do an interview with the winner that time. Sorry, I'm still just getting all situated. But maybe the next round we can get somebody on to do a winner interview. But let's see, what do we got? What do we got going on here? We got Chaz. Chaz is going to be running. Ooh, Snorlax Control. So that'll be interesting. Snorlax Control versus Dialga V-Star. So it'll be really interesting, actually. The extra turn might make a big difference because Snorlax Control typically plays as an early single prize deck. It ends as a single prize deck, but
Attention Pokemon players. Attention Pokemon players.
I will be
You
interested
may
to
begin
see how
round
this
two.
goes.
Good luck.
Okay, so they're getting started here. So Jonathan is the one playing the Dialga deck. So starting off strong, actually, with the Snorlax in the active. Now the question is, the only switching card in Jonathan's deck is a Prime Catcher Chat. That is big oof. Big oof. That's going to be tough. So he's going to have to pick the moment that he goes back. Now, is there any other way for him to get a Pokemon out of the active? No. There is no Professor Turo either. Dialga typically likes to run a very straightforward, streamlined list, so I wonder if we're probably going to see some Matangs attacking for 60 at a time, just to try to take a knockout. Jonathan, I think, doing the clever thing here, just putting one Dialga down, saying, you know what, I'm going to force you to play those Ericas, force you to make me put Pokemon on my bench. So yeah, Chaz here opening up with the Pokegear, finding, what is that? Oh, it's so hard to tell sometimes. Is that a Misfortune Sister? Yeah, you're right. He can boss around. He's got 3 of those in the deck. You're absolutely right. Can't really tell what that supporter was that's going into hand. Maybe that's a Team Yell Cheer. Sometimes hard to tell with the art. But if you're Chaz, I think you probably feel pretty good at the moment. You know? There is that weird world of, like, if you really know this matchup. Well, I mean, you want to know something really funny, actually. If all Chaz does is put down Snorlax, then, and he doesn't put one down until maybe later in the game, then you can't Prime Catcher and you can't boss around it. So there is no switching option if Chaz leaves only one Snorlax as his only Pokemon every turn. That is actually an option there, which is pretty wild. I mean, look, the Metang is going to eventually knock it out after like 3 hits or something. But if he can, you know, string together a few, does he have a way to put it back in his hand? Yeah, some pennies. If he can get into a Penny and Hero's Cape loop with a Snorlax, where only one is active on its opponent's turn, that would be interesting. And then you just eventually get to a state where you Erica's something into the active that you can't get out of there. Boy, howdy. All he needs to do is stick one Pokemon that's not going to be useful, and that would be Radiant Greninja. So as long as the Radiant Greninja isn't put into a Lost Zone, that's, I think, Chaz's main play, is just stick the Radiant Greninja in the active, don't put any other Pokemon down, and then call it a day. So, oh, interesting. So choosing to put the Chi-Yu down, though, being a little bit more proactive from Chaz's perspective. So that does open up Jonathan now to have the ability to actually start doing stuff. But there we see an Erika's. So we're going to see the hand, no Pokemon in hand. So Jonathan, I think, hopefully holding on to ways to discard those Pokemon. We got the Matang going into the active. And I think at this point, do we just maybe start to see energy go on to the Matang, start trying to take a knockout on, that Snorlax? That's kind of your only option. Maybe you could boss around it, but I think at this point, if you're Jonathan, just play slow, and I think the question for Jonathan is also going to be, you never want to see the Radiant Greninja out, but can you, if it's prized, then you're doing great. It's not pressed. But the nice thing here is actually, with this Matang, you can put it on the bottom of your deck. You can just straight up, I guess you got to shuffle it, but you know that the Radiant Greninja is the bottom 3 cards of your deck right now. And that's almost the best place that you can be in, because if you don't shuffle your deck again, then it's going to be until like the end of the game until that thing ever sees play. So that will be really interesting to see how Jonathan chooses to play that. So, yeah, another Erika's. Oh no, that's a Misfortune Sisters, I believe, or Airy. Okay, so getting rid of a Super Rod, that's fine. Not particularly useful in this match. I think at this point, yeah, Jonathan just getting some more energy on board. Attaching one there. Yeah, one to the Dialga. And then at this point, just you don't really need to do much else. Just start swinging, right? Say, hey, I'm going to force you to really take your turns trying to run me out of resources, because I'm just going to do 60 every turn and call it a day. Yeah, exactly. From Jonathan here, just every turn now, 60 damage. If every single Pokemon on the field can attack, that's exactly the position Jonathan wants to be in. So now the question for Chaz is, do you tech in Metagross? Team Yelchi are here. I think putting in, I'm assuming back the Erika's Hospitality, the Airy, maybe one other thing. I think that's what got put in, right? He puts in supporters, right? Supporters in Pokemon? But yeah. So just sort of, taking a turn off, kind of, just being like, okay, well, the hand for Chaz, pretty weak at the moment, so not exactly sure what's in it, but definitely, I guess if you're Jonathan, you don't even need to put more energy on. I mean, you can if you want. I guess you can prepare for that Dialga V-Star at some point in the future, but for now, just chilling, slowly powering it up, getting all the energy that you want, and no more than needed. Take another 60. So the Snorlax is one more hit away from being knocked out, which, if you're Chaz, you definitely want to maybe find a way to penny it. I don't know if at this point the Chi-Yu is just a liability. Oof. Okay, now the question is, we're getting close to Jonathan being able to, oh, there's the Prime Catcher. So that's on the bottom. So there's 2. Interesting. There's a world in which if we have a boss in hand, we can boss retreat if we have an energy in hand in the Dialga V-Star, which I don't think we do, but if we did, I think that would just be game over, effectively. So assuming we don't have that, just looking at the Chi-Yu, being like, okay, what's that other attack? You're a fire type attacker. What Can you can you come from nowhere and knock out my my Pokemon? Interestingly, though, the knockout here would open up Counter Catcher, but so long as Jonathan doesn't have anything on his bench that he doesn't mind being brought up, then it doesn't really matter. But are going to see another Beldum come down. Okay. Maybe just assuming that this one Metang might get knocked out by the Chi-Yu, perhaps. I'm not really sure what Chi-Yu's second attack that isn't discard oriented does, how much energy it takes, but got a Mimikyu coming down. Okay. That'll be interesting. It's a nice option there. I don't think there are any item cards in that hand, no. We do see a boss in the hand though, which is interesting to see. So just Chi-Yu getting rid of what looked like a Research and an Ultra Ball. So the Ultra Ball would have been able to find him that Dialga V-Star, but no dice at the moment. Yep, just prioritizing now putting energy onto the Beldum. Can retreat if needed. So question starts to become, does Jonathan at this point? Okay, gonna boss up the Mimikyu, try to take the knockout, because Mimikyu I believe is weak to metal. So Metang able to take the knockout on the Mimikyu there. Counter Catcher, bringing up this other Beldum. It's fine. It's sort of my thought of like, I'm not really sure why the other Beldum came into play in the first place.
Vibe.
It's a vibe.
Yeah.
Didn't seem necessary.
The stills, because I have
Yeah.
cast. We get this one. Wait. Where's the third one? Oh, here you go.
Yeah. I do like the Metang though taking out the Mimikyu, but now the Beldum is in the active, can retreat, I believe, so shouldn't be an issue. Maybe just thinning the hand out. I can't imagine we want to put more Pokemon onto the bench because at a certain point there is a lot of energy in this deck, but you'd rather not commit too much energy. But no, we do see another Beldum come down. What do I know? What am I missing, chat? Am I missing something? Why are there so many Beldum? I suppose if you fill up the bench with only good Pokemon that can attack, then you can't get Radiant Greninja. You can't have it stick a Radiant Greninja in the active unnecessarily, so I suppose that's a thought. Just putting one metal energy back. Now the question that I have here is, do we have the Dialga V-Star in hand? Or is this Dialga able to take the knockout on Chi-Yu if it gets enough energy? Does the base Dialga have an attack that does more damage for each metal on it? Because if so, I can understand this play. Okay, we're just going to Iono. Mostly for Jonathan, just to see more cards. I think Jonathan has taken 2 prizes, by the way, so let me do that correctly. Did we see the Dialga V-Star? Yes, okay, we are seeing the Dialga V-Star coming down. We're going to see 2 more Metangs, so this is probably the game here for Jonathan. Yeah, that's the game. Yep, so understandably, Jonathan taking out the Mimikyu, and then just trying to set it up such that the odds of him getting into the Dialga V-Star. But for Chaz, it just sort of seemed like he didn't find the additional pieces he needed. The hand was really slow. There's a lot of your late game cards, like the Ericas. Eri's a good early game card, but the Ericas that early did feel less than ideal. Like when your opponent doesn't have a huge hand, you know, you got 4 or 5 cards, so definitely a tough one there for Chaz. I'm sure most of the players in this tournament breathing a sigh of relief, though, that Snorlax Stall is taking at least 1 loss. The odds of it making it to finals are just a little lower, just a little. But there goes the camera. But yeah, that's it. So good stuff for Dialga V-Star there. I wonder if that is a pretty tough matchup. Actually, let's see if we can get Jonathan over and we can talk to him, get his thoughts on the matchup. I would actually like to know. Let's see what we can do here. Let's see if I can turn that on. Yo, yo, test, test. Y'all can probably hear me twice. Let me see. Oh, Jonathan, do you want to come chat? Up to you. That's fair. Okay. Would you like to chat, Chaz? Yeah, with the stream. I want to get your thoughts because it was an interesting matchup. All right, we're bringing in
Already?
bringing in Chaz here.
My draws are just like
Whoa.
they're
You get-
bad.
I'm getting Pip up out the chair for you.
I got him.
Oh, there you
My
go.
son.
My son.
He's my son.
You're-
Look at
All
him.
right, come
He's the only
have a
man I can
seat.
afford.
All right, here's your mic. Chat. Let me know if everything sounds good. But
Yep.
there we go. You got Chaz here.
What's going on,
Piloted
everybody?
piloted Snorlax stall.
Yeah.
Tell me about that matchup.
It
Oh, it's give it a second. It's being a little funky today. On
Yeah.
paper, it feels like a good matchup for you.
it is if you get the setup, but he went like small with just Matane and Beldums and
Dialga.
Dialga. I mean,
Yeah.
in that sense, you're in a sense, all right, cool. Let me just like boss around, but I just never got set up. Snorlax, I had Chi-Yu in my hand. I was like, okay, if I get another fire energy, I just knock out the Matang, but I just never got there. And in a sense where I was trying to get set up, and when I finally was able to get set up, I like the Mimikyu got knocked out. I was like, oh, okay, that's like, and there was a turn where I could have counter catch it. I kind of forgot to counter catch a Beldum, but then he probably would have evolved anyway, and then retreat because Snorlax was already knocked out. In that sense, it was like when I looked at my prizes, it was 2 nest balls and Pal Pad. I was like, okay, yeah, nah, that was just bad. I like the consistency is there because I literally just took a little 60 and I was like, okay, let me just test it. I tested it ever since the deck came up on Limitless. I was like, okay, let me just test this whole week. Dialga was a 50-50 matchup because it literally.
Yeah, this one turned off.
I was like,
I'm having tech issues right now.
like literally, if you set up, you're more likely to go to win because you're gonna you hit the resources. Like there was a time where I should have earied instead of Erica's invitation. Like I was like, you know what, I should have just earied instead of Erica's invitation. It's like second guess myself. But a lot of times it's just understanding. Okay, what we because he Pokegear didn't get anything. I was like, all right, cool. That's me. I already know he had the Super Art. Let me get that out. He had an eye on him, but he didn't play it too. He absolutely needed to. And like, okay, he's playing around me getting into Sun. And I have 4 Sealstone, but no V Pokemon. I'm like, because I play 2 Rotoms, 1 Pidgeot, and nothing. I was like, okay, yeah, this might be a quick matchup. But it was like, it also I went into it knowing that if I don't set up, I might lose in like 4 turns. Because if he Star Chronos,
Exactly.
yeah, because it's like he can knock out TU with I think if he. Because he had 4 energy. I was like, okay, if he gets the Alga V-Star, I'm done. Because everything's getting knocked out. Because unless I had Hero's Cape, but it's like, and the one time Hero Cape was the prize, I just couldn't find Arvin. I'm like, oh, okay, that's crazy. It's like usually I've had Hero Cape prize before. I'm like games back to back. It's like last round I had a Hero Cape prize. I was like, yeah, okay, in a sense, but I like it. At first I did not like the deck, but I realized it's one of those decks that I would actually like playing because it's it rewards you for understanding what your opponent's playing and picking your time to hit the right supporters in a sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the main thing about like that matchup. Overall, I do like the deck, but I might have to tinker it a little bit because there's like issues on like it's just consistency issues. I'm like, okay, Azul, of course it's like when you copy his deck, you definitely have to test it because you can't just take his deck and be like, I could win with it. Like maybe, but it's dull. That's why your win con is usually your opponent decks out or they just concede. But in Swiss rounds they usually don't concede. But overall, I'm having fun so far. That's the best thing about it. I'm just having fun because I'm understanding how to play against other decks and see how they play. That's me next time I face them, I might be able to get better.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think that was something that I was thinking about. It's like the matchup. He's got 3 bosses. You don't know this, but he has 3 bosses and 1 prime catcher. But he's got no switch.
Yeah.
Like those Dialga decks, they don't really run
Yeah.
any switching options. So, but for your point, you need some draw power in
Yeah.
order to make that work. Because
Yeah.
your hand, I was saying it, like your hand was basically like Erica's Airy. Like none of those cards are drawing you more cards.
Forest Seal Stone. It was just everything
Right.
where if I had another card, it would have drew me. Where I was like, I wasn't seeing another ball. I was like, okay, I'm just top deck at this point. And the thing about I kind of know how Diago plays because most of the bills play the same thing. They might, have a super rod or two, or like 4 super rods, 3 super rods. Some might have a penny, or I'm not penny tarot maybe, but it's like okay. With Dialga, you kind of know the build, but it's like, can you set up before they set up? And that's the main thing. It's like, okay, I get Snorlax and active. If they bench Greninja, it's more likely game. I could
Yeah.
just, hold on that point. But he never put down Greninja. That's when I was like, okay, that's me. And me and him talked after. He said, yeah, he kind of expected that people to play style. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Because I was expecting it too. I was like, do I just play Charizard? I was like, Charizard. People say, oh, it's on the, on the decline. But I was like, I don't think so. I don't think Charizard on a decline like the way people believe it is. I truly believe though it's like now it's like do you go to Trozar, not Torzar. That's a whole nother deck. Yeah, that's that pile. But it's like overall it's like that. It's funny because Snorlax Stall is probably a deck if you just play low like low low to the ground. I would play, but overall it requires a lot of thinking.
Yeah.
And people are saying it's just you put Snorlax in the active and just just wait till your opponent can see. It's like old, but now you have to hit cards. You have to kind of burn their resources that they don't do anything. And then when you get low enough, you go Chi
Yeah.
EX. But other than that, that was the main thing.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, good games.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming on with me, and
Thank you.
good luck in the next round.
I will.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Hopefully you get some better cards in your hand that can
Yeah,
actually
just-
get you more Snorlax.
Yeah, Snorlax.
That was the key.
No, no. Matter of fact, not even Snorlax. Can I just see a Rotom?
Yeah, I was about to say like that draws you cards.
Yeah, I just want to see a Rotom. Can I just see a Pokemon V? Because I have 4 Steel Stone in here to turn 1. I'm just sitting there like, yeah, but yeah. All right, man. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. Not sure exactly what's going on with this camera. It might be the cord. But with that, I'm going to see if I can troubleshoot a little bit, but we'll be right back. All right, so hopefully, oh wow, that's weird. I'm also much further back. Um, that cord must have been doing some weird stuff. Hold on. Yeah, because I was like, what's going on? Okay, so 1x zoom. Oh, that's wild. Okay. Looks like my previous cord was doing some pretty crazy stuff in terms of like zooming. Let me see if it's, maybe it wasn't, maybe it's just me, but yeah, I feel like I'm much smaller now, right? This is the size I wanted to be, but okay. All right, good stuff. Well, let me know if everything's looking good, whatever. I think we plugged in a new cord. I think that's definitely helping. Hopefully will help with the stability of the connection. Yeah. So also it seems to have made the zoom aspect ratio, whatever, from the camera feed wider, which is correct. I was like, I was so close in and the camera's so far away. Anyways, I'm rambling. But yeah, let me see here. What are we looking at? Okay, so we're about to go into round 3. That was a really quick game though, so we'll probably have a bit of time before we actually get into round 3. But I'll just prepare a couple of things now that I can. There we go. All right. Question for y'all though: are there any decks that we can check and see if they are being played? We already saw Dialga V-Star, but the question is I don't know if there are other decks that y'all might want to see that might be being played here. So we've seen Dialga, we've seen Lost Box, we've seen whatchamacallit, Charizard, and Dialga, Lost Box, Charizard, Snorlax. Those are the 4 that we've seen thus far. Boy, howdy. I don't know why it is, but sometimes stream matches are so short. They're just so short that I'm just like, why? Why? Now I have dead air to fill forever. I don't have like a package to to put on while I eat or get a drink, unlike the official Pokemon stream. But yeah, I'll go back to the BRB. I just wanted to update y'all as to that, and then we'll be back soon. All right. So we are about to get round 3 started in a minute. We are doing pairing, but yeah, not exactly sure who's going to be on the next round, but fingers crossed it'll be a longer match than the first one, the second one. First one was mostly fine. I don't think we've seen a really good back and forth yet. I think the Charizard versus the Lost Box decks was like, it got kind of close in the middle there, but at the end of the day, it was just too slow of a start for Charizard. But yeah, that last one with Snorlax, just not having any draw. Very quick match. Very quick match. So, but yeah, who do we have on the next one?
Eric and Eric.
Eric, are they both spelled the same?
No, one's with a K and one's with a C.
Okay, excellent.
Attention Pokemon players. Attention Pokemon players.
Yeah, we got Eric and
I got
Eric.
prepared for round 3 up on the screen. If you are at table
Okay.
1, which is Eric and Eric, please come to the stream table for your streamed match. Thank you.
I'm going to say Eric with a C will be on the right. I don't know. And then Eric with a K
Yeah.
will be on the
I'll
left.
ask them too. I'll
Yeah.
make proper confirmation.
It's good to know.
I just thought it was like,
I was like, that's kind of hilarious. Eric and Eric.
it's not this Eric.
We got so many
There's
Erics.
3? I think there's 3 Erics there. There might be
Oh my god.
like how?
That's two. That's so many Erics.
Okay, here's one Eric.
Here's one Eric. Is it the right Eric?
And here's the other
This is
Eric.
the Eric with a K. And then Eric.
Okay.
Okay, Eric
I'll
Zhao
figure
and
out
Eric
who.
Acapina.
Are you Eric with a K? Okay.
Eric with a K. Enjoy. You are on the mat that is the orange Metapod. The shiny Metapod is you.
You're trying to figure like, oh no.
Yeah. That's the nice thing about now that I have 2 versions of the mat, I can tell which is which
I
side.
was like,
It's useful.
It's so
useful.
cute.
Yes, it's very cute.
I love it.
All right, Eric and Eric have joined the fray. And now we can cut over to Eric and Eric. Yo, what's up? You're running pre-release? Oh, that's fine. Run the pre-release, check back in here when you're doing, I mean, how much is there to really do if you're running pre-release, right? Like, okay, did everybody shuffle? Did everybody follow the rules? 4 prizes each? All right, go. And the nice thing about pre-release is the game sometimes lasts, there's at least 1 or 2 that last way too long. You know, but you know, it's like, who makes a judge? What do I do here? What do you mean, what do you do? There's nothing to do. It's pre-release. Just attack, move on, be done. I'm trying to think of any pre-release scenario that felt weird. I think the Legacy Energy Pheasantipity is probably one of the weirder ones. And then the Applin, the Diplin, like what does attack twice mean? Do I, you know, for a new player, the attacking twice is definitely breaking a pretty big rule in Pokemon. But let's go ahead and switch it over to the tabletop stream there. We're going to have Eric and Eric. So the good thing about that is I can talk about what's in Eric's hand all day long, and no one's going to know which Eric I'm talking about. Wow, I really hope Eric doesn't play that boss's order. Well, I have boss's order. Is he talking about my Eric? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Anyway, I'm just rambling now. Same decks. No, the decks are going to be different. They are both running different decks. Let's see. Eric with a C. Eric with a C. So on the right, Eric is going to be running a Charizard. He is running what looks to be a very similar build towards Zard. Yep, not a control Zard at all. Prime Catcher, it looks very similar to towards Zard, maybe with an extra Charmeleon. And then Eric with a K is running Chenpao. So pretty straightforward Chenpao build here. I think the only card in here that I really see as being particularly different is Silene. Running a 1 of Silene in the Chenpao build, which I suppose is useful if you need maybe canceling Cologne. Maybe you want to get back your Prime Catcher. I'm really trying to think of like what would be the point of that, right? Maybe it's useful if you have to superior energy retrieval, like get rid of them early. So that's sort of the thought there. But Eric with a C running the Iono sleeves. Very nice. And it looks like we're shuffling up and getting ready to go. So this will be very exciting. I do have the correct round. So already, hey, 2 mulligans. Double mulligan. Look at that. Okay. You love to see it for both players to be like, okay, nobody draws extra cards. So, but yeah, double Eric. I will also throw this out there to the locals chat. Your boy is looking for some Dragapult EXs, so You know, if a couple of them fell off of a truck, I wouldn't be mad. You know, I don't know what I'm playing at NAIC yet for day one. Lord knows I'm not going to make day two, so it's really just a day one concern that I got. But you know, I could just absolutely roll the dice and show up to NAIC still needing like 5 or 6 cards. I feel like half of the competitive players out there do that. They just sort of rock up and like whatever they're missing, they'll just get from a vendor. So feels a little risky, but
Then I'll put the music
all
back
right.
on. I just wanted to bring it together.
All right, cool. So they're about to turn the music back on in the room so they cannot hear me saying some wild nonsense. And we're sort of getting ready to start here. I don't really know. I
Attention
feel like
Pokemon players. Attention Pokemon players. You may begin round 3. Good luck.
I think in this matchup, I would say that Chen Pao is typically favored. It's going to be a little bit faster on the uptake. Chen Pao is going first here, which is also huge. Or no, Eric with a C. No, that's Charizard is going first. That actually helps Charizard. But you know, Greninja can snipe things, leaving a 1 prizer in the active. Chen Pao, it's not easy to do 330, but like it's possible. Yeah, it's you gotta have Excalibur by turn 2. You're absolutely right. But interestingly, starting a Cleffa again, this is the second Charizard that we've seen, and the second time we've seen Cleffa just in the active to start the game. Kind of perfect. But yeah, Eric not doing too much on his turn, just getting out a whatchamacallit, just getting out a Charmander and a Bidoof. Prioritizing the Bibarel line over the Pidgeot line early. Cypher Maniac stacking deck, but not being able to draw. Oh, that's rough. This could be a very, very quick game, as Eric was not able to find any other Pokemon turn 1. Yeah, this is, I'm not going to lie, I think it's over for Eric already. You never know. You always have a chance, but you got to think that even if Frigibax comes out, you can just start bossing them, start prime catchering them, and it's just going to be really hard at this point if the Charizard player is able to take advantage of Eric's very bad start. Not even being able to draw off of the Greninja after you Cypher Maniac is really rough. But, I mean, Eric here now checking some prizes. He's got another Buddy Poffin, so he can set up another Charmander, set up a Pidgey if he wants. Set up a Manaphy in the crazy off-world that, you know, this Greninja survives and, you know, whatever. But, I mean, the only good thing here is without a Pidgey in play previously, it's not really possible for Eric to do the little combo where he Pidgeots for whatever the last piece he needs. So, who knows if he has it in hand. It may be that Eric basically takes a second turn to start setting up rather than just the 1. Maybe uses Cleffa to draw a couple extra cards, and that could be the Chen Pao player's saving grace here, is that Charizard also has a slow start. Yep, exactly as we expected, getting out another Charmander and the Manaphy, just in case. I think to me that sends a pretty clear signal that you know, Eric does not have a way to knock out this Radiant Greninja immediately. Not exactly sure. I assume that's an Arven if he's searching his deck for 2 cards, so. Looks like he's eyeing a Forest Sealstone and maybe an Ultra Ball. I wouldn't hate to see an Ultra Ball here. You could either Nest Ball 2 and go grab the Rotom if you want. Put the Forest Sealstone on that. Looks like he's going to do probably exactly that. Interestingly, though, that will fill his bench. But yeah, prioritizing getting a V down so he can use the Forest Sealstone. I would imagine he probably wants to find the Bibarel, because there is the off chance that he finds the pieces off of the Bibarel draw here. The Dialga match previously, it was really rough for the Snorlax player. He just did not get any draw, so his deck didn't really move the way it needed to. In a matchup that I think might favor Snorlax, but drawing some cards here off of the Cleffa. Interestingly, not opting to go get the Bibarel immediately. But there we see Eric prioritizing getting the Nest Ball. I wonder if that's the card he put on top. I would assume it is. But certainly does make me question the second card he put on top if he knew he was going to shuffle his deck. Eric says does have Pidgeot. Yeah, there is a Pidgeot, but prioritizing Bidoof, Bibarel, Manaphy over a Pidgeline, which I can kind of understand, right? Iron Hands can be a problem for Pidgeot circumstantially, but yeah. Yeah, probably based on what he started with, but just getting down one Frigibax here and passing. Like, what was the other card that Eric, like, I feel like Eric could have put, you know, Buddy Puffin on top instead of a Nest Ball. I'm not entirely sure what Eric put on top with that Cypher Maniacs the previous turn then. But seeing the Charizard come down, I don't think we've seen a supporter, so we could, you know, if there's a boss in hand, if we can take out this Frigibax, that's big. That's big, but who knows? I don't know if there's a boss in hand. We got a collapsed stadium, getting rid of the Rotom. I like that. Now the question is, what are we doing here? Yep, we got the boss. We got the Frigibax. I mean, Eric is not out of the game by any means, but still not having a Frigibax. But then drawing two immediately, looking for something, can bump the stadium with a Pokestop. That's fine. Now the question is, he gets a Buddy Puffin and an Ultra Ball, but one Irida going down is not great. We are going to Buddy Puffin, probably grabbing the last two Frigibax in the deck, assuming none of them are prized. And then at that point, you know that your Chen Pao is not going to get knocked out in response, right? Yeah, I mean, exactly. With this Hyper Maniac, you could have put it energy, so you draw it, you use Radiant Greninja, you draw it into Irida plus one other card, but, who knows? But Frigibax and Bidoof, that means that I'm assuming the last one is prized. But I do wonder here if we're going to prioritize, if we have an energy in hand or a way to switch, just go get the Chen Pao, retreat, get into that Chen Pao, force your opponent to have another boss or the Prime Catcher. But what is that? Is that another Froakie? No, is that another Frigibax? Yeah. Interesting. Choosing not to thin the deck out with the Chen Pao. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if I love this. I would have liked to go into a Chen Pao knowing that your opponent can't knock it out. It's just not possible. But, I have the benefit of not having his hand, not having to deal with what's going on right now, which is very tough. So, yep, that opened up the space for the Pidgey there. Now the question is, does Eric gamble? Is he a gambling person? Does he take the Pokestop bait? Because my guess is he did use a boss last turn, so who knows if he's got much in the way of a supporter. And the answer is no. Not really establishing his board at all. Not opting to go get a Bibarel earlier in the game. Might actually be a big difference for him. So we got another two supporters down, but then we did get the Nest Ball. Putting, I would assume just that, and then maybe a Frigibax, yeah. Okay, a Frigibax, and is that a Baxcalibur? I can't tell, but putting three Pokemon back into the deck, Nest Ball, I would imagine, are you just going to get the Frigibax again? It feels like you're just sort of stringing Frigibax deaths together. But, no, choosing to get the Radiant Greninja, I do like that. If you have an energy in hand, you can draw. But again, knowing the Chen Pao can't get knocked out is a big deal to me. I'm just like, I don't know. If you have a way to retreat this Frigibax, there is a world, I think, that you just go get the Chen Pao, get more energy out of your deck, just thin it out a little bit. Because at this point, it's going to be hard for you to really compete with this Charizard deck. The pace is really off for the Chen Pao player. Drawing two more. We got another Nest Ball, so that's good. And it looks like we drew into another Pokemon, maybe? Still not being able to play, no Iridas yet in the game, so that's been pretty big for this player, but Um, I'm not sure if Eric is, like, why the hesitation to go get a Chen Pao, knowing your opponent's Charizard only does 180. Just, there's the off chance your opponent will play. Okay, so we do get an Irida finally. Okay, I like this. Maybe we get another Frigibax, assuming that this one just sits stuck in the active. There's a world in which I would like to see Chen Pao Earthen Vessel. I think that would be really big here. Because you can get the Chen Pao, you can get the energy to retreat, assuming that Frigibax is the one retreat Frigibax. I'm not sure off the top of my head. But yeah, Chen Pao Earthen Vessel would be my go-to here. Just sort of feels like, you know, a waste of a prime catcher. Not probably worth it, but yeah. Let's see what Eric prioritizes, though. The list does play the Earthen Vessel, so it is very much possible. But only playing the 2 Chen Pao. Pretty standard for Chen Pao. Maybe that's why he's just being very careful with putting them on the board, knowing that he's already used 1 Super Rod, so his access to Chen Paos to the rest of the game is more limited. Let's see here. So what did we grab off the Irida? Frigibax? We got a Nest Ball and a Frigibax maybe? Okay. I mean, 3 Frigibax is never a bad idea. I'm all for 3 Frigibax. But at a certain point, you got to put that Chen Pao. Okay, we finally get the Chen Pao out. I like this. I like getting the Chen Pao. It cannot get knocked out. It literally is impossible, I'm pretty sure. You haven't taken a prize, so not even Radiant Charizard, I think, can come online. So. I'm getting a shuffle here, so I'm assuming that means we're not retreating into this Chen Pao. We're big chillin'. Maybe we're going back in with a Pokestop. Putting another Frigibax down. Rare Candy into 1. Okay. We did get a Baxcalibur this turn. We got there. I do like that. Now the question is, if you don't have a follow-up play, then you're just leaving a Baxcalibur there to be bossed, which I don't like. Definitely a moment where I would have maybe held the hand. Because if you can't do anything with the Baxcalibur, then that's 1 rare candy you're going to just be down. But hey, I guess seeing that Iono, you're like maybe happy now. That said, Eric does play Prime Catcher in this list. It is still possible for him to get to this Chen Pao, or this Baxcalibur. So the Iono, while I'm sure Eric is feeling a little bit better knowing that the rare candy Baxcalibur was not put to the bottom, Eric does find his way into a barrel here. That's going to really help him throughout the rest of the game. Now, the question is for Eric, is he able to get into a Pidgeot? Because I think once you establish the Pidgeot, it becomes very difficult then for Eric to really respond in a way that, yep, there we go. There's the Prime Catcher. We're going to go into the free retreating Cleffa. And then we are going to barrel to just draw up the hand all the way to 5. Retreat and take out that Baxcalibur. And now you're down another Baxcalibur and the rare candy. So while the Iono would have put it to the bottom of your deck, at least it would still be accessible. Hold on. Was that? Oh, he lost vacuumed it away. I thought it was, my brain thought worker for a second, but he lost vacuumed. I like that. I like lost vacuuming that away. There's really very little draw here for Eric. Did not establish a barrel yet. We do see what I'm assuming is that an Arvin? Is that Cypher Maniac? Okay. We see a Cypher Maniac, so if there is an energy in hand, then we'll be able to just draw these 2 cards off of the Radiant Greninja, which is great. Definitely, though, I hope Eric did not... I assume his hand has energy. If his hand does not have energy, then hopefully he doesn't Chen Pao for energy after this shuffle, because then that Cypher Maniac will be absolutely worth this. Just a note to everybody, sequencing matters if that ends up happening. But I assume he has an energy in hand. But that's the nightmare scenario in my mind, is realizing you don't have an energy, you don't have a way to draw, and you need to Chen Pao to go get the energy. Yep, those two are on top. And we are discarding a water, and we're going to draw exactly those two cards. Looks like we have a Baxcalibur again. And the question is, we can get 2 energy with this Chen Pao, but in order to knock out this Charizard, we're going to need 6 energy, which is a lot. So if you can get 2 off this, and if there's 4 in the discard, that is the 6 right there that you need, which certainly will help. But the question for the Chen Pao player is it too little, too late? Because you take the knockout on the Charizard, your opponent will then be able to respond with their own Charizard, which feels very likely. You have a Charmeleon, all you need is one Charizard, right? So 1 Ultra Ball, 1 Charizard, whatever, you can get into it. So really, if I'm the Charizard player, the response would be for me then to say, okay, how do I make sure that the follow-up knockout that I should expect to come, do I have another Charmander to put into play? But first we got to knock out this one. I get a little carried away with myself, but got an Ultra Ball, discarding 2. I assume getting Bibarel. I like this play a lot. Yep. So that puts more energy into the discard. We'll be able to get 4 energy with the superior energy retrieval. I'm pretty sure I saw in the hand. So we have, how many cards in hand? 3 maybe cards in hand. So I know one of them was the Prime Catcher. So definitely don't want to superior energy retrieval that if we can avoid it. But, you know, sometimes you don't have an option. Okay. So it looks like there's 2 superior energy retrievals and then a water. So just gonna draw 2. Ooh, so I guess your superior energy retrieval, the Buddy Poffin, and gosh, I'd keep the other superior. So I think the Prime Catcher, honestly, that's so bad. But the other card I think that's in the hand is a supporter. It might be, it's either Iono or, no, it's either, I think it's Irida maybe in the hand. So I feel like you probably want to hold that for the next turn. Yeah, there we go. Just superior away. Is that the, maybe the Buddy and the Prime Catcher. So unfortunately, now that still only gets you to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oof. Leaving the Charizard at 300 just feels so bad because all your opponent needs is 1 Turo. 1 Turo, he's got a Charmeleon on the bench. He doesn't even need a rare candy. You just pick that bad boy up, right? You just pick that bad boy up. Now the good thing is, weirdly, he can't knock you out. So strangely is safe. I think the fear here would be if there's a way for Eric to find another boss's order, then that might be the better play here. Yep. Oh, just another boss going after that Baxcalibur. So now you're going to be down both of your Baxcalibur. We have not seen another one get shuffled in. Do see an Ultra Ball here, just finally evolving that second Charizard, knowing that we're going to need a follow-up attacker the next turn. Although, you know, situationally, this Charizard might survive. Because if we can't find another Baxcalibur after this knockout, then none of those Pokemon are going to be able to attack. Yep, Ultra Ball getting into the Pidgeot, so establishing some real board dominance right now where there's just going to be really not much Eric can do, the Chen Pao player can do to put his opponent in a bad position, right? You Iono, they Bibarel. You knock out the Pidgeot, they Bibarel. You knock out the Bibarel, they Pidgeot. It's pretty rough spot, I would say. But just taking the knockout there, Eric going down to 2 prizes remaining, which basically means the second the Chen Pao knocks out the second one of these Charizards gets knocked out, Eric will be able to knock out anything in response. So if it's a 2-prizer, the game will be over. Okay, we do find a Super Rad, so can put 2 of those Baxcaliburs. Maybe, yeah. I think Eric here just deciding, yeah, there's not really a way for me to get out of this mess. I got Irida a bunch of superior energy retrievals, but you knock me out in response and it's game over. So yeah, that's gonna do it for both Erics there. Pretty tough match there for the Chen Pao player. Just not able to get that quick start that Chen Pao really needs early, and yeah, it just really tough. So. But yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. I think it's weird. I feel like these matches, I think once we get into best of 3, I don't know how many rounds there are before the best of 3. There's definitely 4. There might be 5 rounds before best of 3. So at least 1, maybe 2 more rounds left. But then when we get into best of 3, I think we'll start to see better matches. It could just be tough in a best of 1 scenario because you get a bad start, especially against a Charizard deck, and then they just run away with it, right? Like against Charizard, you really can't whiff much. But yeah, let's see if we can get the Charizard player over here. See if he wants to talk about the match, what he thought happened. So give me a second. All right. We have Eric, who played Eric in the last matchup. Tell me your thoughts about the match in general.
Well, it's pretty tragic. He was he really didn't get anything going, and then I think his first cipher he said he put things in the wrong order.
Put the nest ball on top and then the water.
Yeah, something like that. And I was like, oh, that'll
Yeah.
that'll do it.
Yeah, that's what, when I was watching it, I was like, he's hypermaniac. And then his turn, he played nest ball. And I'm like, well, I assume that was the top. So what was the second card? Like, that's a tough one.
Yeah, I think he wanted probably water, maybe. Yeah, everything else was search your deck.
Maybe
so probably
Irida nest ball, something like. But you'd assume you want to draw into the nest ball.
Yeah,
So.
it should have definitely been water on top. I think.
Yeah,
for
like
sure. Whatever
water buddy is
something like that.
Or
yeah.
water Irida.
Yeah, whatever. Anything.
Yeah. Whatever. Not nest ball on top. That's the net.
Yeah. And then because he only had the nest ball, so then he only was able to get 1 Frigibax going, and I seal stone for the Charizard, I think, and I had boss in hand, so it was
those 2 turns with the boss. Like we were watching, and I was just like, when he went into the Baxcalibur early, but didn't have anything to do that turn, I was like, I wonder if we're gonna regret this. So.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Charizard does play a lot of hand disruption too. Like I played 3 Iono, so I was like, I could see it. Like if I hold it, it might just get
Put to
out.
the bottom.
Yeah. And I think I had already used 1 boss, so it would have been just Prime Catcher and second boss. So I can see it. It probably is like, I don't know. Maybe also like he didn't have the barrel, right? So it wasn't even to thin the hand. So yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I definitely. There was those 2 turns, the boss turn, and then I think 2 turns later, where it was like, I was saying like, oh, there could be a Prime Catcher play here on the other Baxcalibur, and once that happens, both Baxcalibur and the discard, it'd be really hard to come back. I mean, once you take 2 prizes though in this matchup,
I was feeling pretty good about it for sure. Like at first, I was like, did my first deck search, I was like, oh, both Pidgeys are prized. It's not great. Yeah.
That's what we were wondering. Was like, they're not prioritizing Pidgey. Interesting.
Yeah, both Pidgeys were prized. So I was like, guess I'm just gonna grab Manaphy. Like, even though he's pretty far from getting the ninja play off, but I don't
But,
know.
you know,
It could
collapse
happen.
stadium, right? The
Yeah.
Manaphy is really helpful there too.
Yeah.
So
And then he bumped it right away as I drew the Pidgey from the prize, and I was like, great. Yeah.
yeah,
So,
No, I would say I think that matchup it's probably a 50-50 matchup, right?
I
Like
think
who goes first?
For going first definitely helps, but I think in general, if both decks if the prizes are not that bad, I think Chen Pao's probably a little favored, like maybe 55, 45, something like that.
Because the odds are that it's going to be hard for you to take the first knockout, given Chen Pao being 220.
Well, you can get the first knockout, but it won't be your first 2 prize.
Right, exactly. Yeah, like you can knock out a Baxcalibur, Frigibax, whatever. But yeah, and I would say also the Chen Pao player's ability theoretically to get a Radiant Greninja going early, that can take them 2 prizes while leaving a single prizer in the active. Yeah, it can be an awkward space for a Charizard deck typically.
For sure. Yeah.
So.
This time.
Yeah. Well, congrats. Thank you for joining, and good luck in your next round.
Thank you.
All right. So that was it's another Charizard deck. Another Charizard deck getting the win there, which I think bodes well for Charizard. I think it's weird in a League Cup if a Charizard deck runs hot, the odds of it getting into that top cut are just really high. I don't think Charizard has any particularly bad matchups. There are matchups that like maybe it's a 55-45 split, but I think the reason people like Charizard so much is like the flexibility of the deck, and the matchups are always, if not slightly in your favor, only slightly in your opponent's favor. So as we saw there, that slight opponent's favor is really wiped out the second your opponent has a bad turn. So, but yeah, we'll hit you back when the next round is about ready to start. But feel free to ask any questions in the chat about this set, about future set stuff. You know what I might actually do? I'm gonna go show off my Diplin deck. I won't be able to see the comments, but I will show off my Diplin deck so that y'all can sort of see what I'm rocking if you're interested. So let me actually just go over there. And you can enjoy the fancy mats, but hopefully you'll be able to hear me when I walk over there.
How are things?
Looks good. I'm going to show off the Diplin deck on the camera.
Exciting.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
All right. I'm assuming y'all can still hear me because I can't tell because I'm not in front of the computer. But let me just sort the cards for you because I'm not professional. But nothing is sorted. I can sort of show y'all where I'm at though with this Diplin deck, and give you my thoughts as to what I would change if you're looking to run this at a locals. I don't know. I think this deck, I don't think it's going to win any tournaments, like any big tournaments. I think it for sure, though, could win a challenge. I think it could for sure get top cut at the right cup. I don't think that it is a bad deck by any means. Okay. A couple of counter catchers. The nice thing about being here is I could potentially even ask people if they have a card or two that I might be looking for still. Because I am still looking for a card or two. Festival Grounds, Super Rod, Buddy, Ultra Ball, another Applin. And I would also love to know your thoughts, chat, on which Applin do you think is the most important to play in the deck? And I'll give you my thoughts as to why I'm running the one that I'm running more heavily, but I'm open to other rationale as well, because I think you could go a few different ways with it. Okay, so overall, let's start with Pokemon. So Pokemon-wise, we are running 4 Applin, which makes sense, right? And I know some people are playing around with different festival lead style decks, but I'm all Diplin all day. So we're running 4 Applin. I'm only running 1 copy of the Dragon Applin. My rationale here is I do think that the first attack is good if you go second. Search your deck for a Pokemon, reveal it, put it into your hand. that's really good. It can find you, your Thwackey, your Dipplin, whatever you might need on the second turn, but it's not searchable by bug catching set. And that would be my only fear, is that if that's what I have to find a Pokemon and I hit a bunch of Dragon Applins, that would feel real bad. So that's my rationale, is like I am opting for a slightly less practical attack on this basic for its searchability. Then we got 4 Dipplin. I don't think any surprise there. I'm running a 2-2 line of the Thwackey. I think one could make an argument for running a 3-3. In this deck, you really only need 2 Applins on the field, or 2 Dipplins, whatever, at the same time. You do have bench space, but I think a 2-2 line in my practice has served me pretty well. And then we got 1 Manaphy, because this deck absolutely gets destroyed by Greninja. 1 Iron Bundle. Thought with the Iron Bundle is, if somebody, if I've done a little bit of damage somewhere, but I'd rather not waste an attack on something or whatever, I would rather bring something else up that maybe gets knocked out instead for that first attack before going into a second. Iron Bundle is very useful there. And 1 Tatsugiri, just because really useful to be able to find the right supporters. So that's the Pokemon line. In terms of the Pokemon search, we got a few options here. Now, we're going to play 4 Buddy Poffins, just because I believe the only Pokemon in the deck that's not searchable by Buddy Poffin is the Iron Bundle. Outside of that, though, the card that I want 1 more copy of is Bug Catching Set. It's because it finds you energy or grass Pokemon. Doesn't matter if it's basic. So you can basically find more than half of the Pokemon in this deck. And this deck only runs 5 energy. It's only a 1 energy attack, so between that and Super Rod, I haven't found myself really lacking in the energy department. But so 3 Bug Catching Set. Right now, I'd like a 4th. 3 Nest Ball, 2 Ultra Ball, and a Hisuian Heavy Ball. I do think it's important for the Hisuian Heavy Ball because certain matchups, look, you could just get very unlucky and hit a Radiant Greninja and your Manaphy is prized and you just feel bad, right? Outside of that, though, we are playing 3 copies of Super Rod because this deck relies on you really stringing those Dipplins together turn after turn after turn. So 3 copies of Super Rod to get the energy. I usually Super Rod for Applin Dipplin energy. Like it's straight up every turn like that. Playing 2 rescue boards, playing a Pal Pad, and I'll show you what supporters I'm playing where the Pal Pad really feels good. Playing 2 Defiance Bands because odds are, if you go second, your opponent's going to take a prize first. So being able to boost your attack by 30 means you're actually doing 130 twice, which adds up to 260. Might make a difference. 2 counter catchers is something I'm on the fence about. I'm not entirely sure if that's necessary. Maybe 1 is fine. Because the second you start taking knockouts, you might get ahead on prizes, but we have them. 1 copy of Lost Vacuums, mostly to get rid of either annoying stadiums, because Collapse Stadium is a problem with this deck, or getting rid of an annoying tool card. Hyper Aroma. And then in terms of supporters, we got 3 Arven, 3 Iono, and then we got 2 Carmine for the early game, 1 Lana's Aid, Roseanne's backup, Kieran, really good in this deck, and 1 Arezu. 4 Festival Grounds, 5 Grass Energy. So next round is about to start, but I just wanted to give y'all a look at what my Applin deck currently looks like. Feel free to go off in the comments what you think, what cards maybe I'm not considering that people should be considering, that people are playing. So, and hopefully all of that was actually legible and hearable. I'm really hoping. So there we go. But we are about to get into the next round. So yeah, let us see who we are facing in the next round. Who's playing? Okay. Let's see here. We have got
Versace would be awesome.
Oh, is it you again?
Yeah.
You want to play on the green? Yeah, yeah, same side. Do the same side. So we have Eric, and then who else? Will? Cool.
Go for it. Well, probably butchering his
Oh, no,
name.
no, you're fine.
Do you have it?
Yeah, I don't have his list, but I can just write his name real quick. There we go. Got Will and Eric. We have the same Charizard list that we had last time. Thank you. And then here's,
If you ever want to keep it any of the lists, I just have them all.
yeah, thank you. So let's go over to the tabletop camera.
You know, at the end, I want to just plop Spock on the camera.
Yeah.
Best I can format.
So we are seeing a Charizard mirror this time. So it'll be a Charizard mirror. Let's see if there are any differences. We got Will and Eric. Eric was the same Charizard player that we saw the last time. So Eric's list overall, pretty straightforward. Pretty. I don't think there's anything in there that's particularly surprising from a Charizard list.
What do you want?
Yeah, pretty straightforward. Maybe different Pidgeys, 2 Charmeleons. But for Will, let's see if Will is playing. Will's just opting for the 1 Charmeleon. And let's see here. Anything else? 1 Team Yell's Cheer in Will's list, which is really interesting. I'm wondering if that is... Not exactly sure what that would be for in terms of matchup. Maybe Turo, maybe shuffling those Turo back in against a stall deck. Outside of that, nothing else standing out here in terms of the deck list choices. I will say both of these lists are playing the Lumineon V. I know that's something that Charizard players are kind of back and forth about, on the fence about, is like, you know, do you play the Lumineon V, do you not? Yeah, it's a very close mirror match. You know, sorry about that. This is the reality. But I mean, the good news about a close mirror match reality is one of them is most likely going to lose, and that means the other one may not make top cut, which, you know, less Charizard in top cut is maybe interesting. Fewer Charizards to get paired against each other. So take the mirror now, so that you maybe don't have the mirror in top cut. I don't know. I'm trying to look for the silver lining there. But I will say, get used to mirror matches, because I think you're going to see a lot of Dragapult mirror matches next time. So this will be interesting. Oh, it looks like, there we go. Everything's good now. Right.
Do you guys have a Pokemon ID? Oh yeah, it's
You like the silver lining of now rather than later. Yeah, you know, just trying to find the ray of sunshine in a mirror match. But I will say, it'll be interesting to see.
Pokemon players, attention Pokemon players. You may begin round 4. Good luck.
One thing I will say is we don't see a Devolution TM in either of these lists. So that, I think, makes a big difference in the matchup. I do think that means that Professor Turo, timely Turos, I would almost say that the player that can establish more Charmeleons, which should be Eric, if he, you know, if it plays correctly, if he's able to, that would probably favor the person who goes through the Charmeleon line more heavily. So, I don't know. That's sort of my thoughts, because that 330 is gonna take a turn or two. You do have an early, I mean, starting the Lumineon really rough there for Will. You only start that Lumineon if you really have no other Pokemon in your hand. So we'll be able to get set up with probably a Charmander and then maybe a Pidgey, I would assume. You could go Bidoof, but, you know, Pidgey's probably the better bet in the early game. Let's see if there's a Defiance band in both lists. Yes, there's one Defiance band in both lists. One, the other list, though, Will does also play the Choice Belt. So theoretically, Will could get a knockout on a Rotom as well early if needed. But Eric can also knock out the Lumineon. It's 6 one way, half a dozen the other a bit. See Will here, just doing some prize checking. sort of establishing like, okay, what what do I have access to? What do I not have access to? So looks like can't tell if that is the camera feed. Maybe it's overheating a little bit.
Oh no,
Hard to say.
competition's just too hot. Okay, cool. We like that. We like racing.
Hopefully the camera stops acting up. I have been dealing with tech gremlins all day. I do not understand what's been going on, but hopefully that was just a minor inconvenience. But yeah, choosing to go with the Charmander and the Pidgey, as we expected. Attaching the fire energy there so that it'll have a retreat next turn, knowing that Eric will not be able to knock out the Lumineon. I think for Will at this point, there will be a moment of trying to just fill up the board and then find a collapsed stadium so he can get rid of that Lumineon. So Iono here, maybe, I wonder, bailing out Will a little bit. Don't know what was in his hand otherwise. Doesn't seem like his hand is super great, but yeah, we do have a rare candy, so depending on the draw, we might be able to get into the Charizard next turn. But finding what looks like a Pidgey and a Rotom, using that Force Seal Stone immediately to get probably a Buddy Poffin, I would assume, just so you can establish a board early. Pretty crucial here. If you whiff a Charmander, that would be the kind of the worst thing. The nice thing about this for Eric, because he has the Pidgey out already, there's a world, you could get 2 Charmeleons if you want to be safe, just in case there's a Prime Catcher or a boss. But there's a world that you could also just prioritize, hey, I'll just go get the Bidoof, and that way I can have my board pretty well set up. I can draw a few cards with this Cleffa, meaning that hopefully on the next turn, you can be off to the races. But obviously that comes with the risk if you only go 1 Charmander, that if your opponent does have a way to bring it up and knock it out, it could be really bad news for you. Wonder what's going through Eric's mind here. Still thinking about what he wants to get here off of this. Probably doing some prize checking too. I don't believe Eric was able to do any prize checking the previous turn. I say previous turn, it's still the first turn. Yep, getting the Buddy, getting a Charmander, and the Bidoof. Okay, so taking that risk. Just taking that initial risk to just say, okay, I don't think you're going to be able to get this Charmander into the active and rare candy into your own Charizard this next turn. Which, I think prioritizing the long game of like, if this sticks, then I'm going to be in a really good spot. Probably just waiting to Cleffa immediately following that. Yeah, so drawing what, 4? Very nice. So did find their own interesting cards, but what do we draw off of that? We don't really have all that much here. Just retreating into the Pidgey, I suppose. Attaching an energy, and then doing Call for Family, just to try to establish more of a board. I assume just get another Pidgey, assuming this one's going to die, right? And then another Charmander, just trying to set up that board, get a 2-prizer out of the active. I like this. I like this play. And also knowing that, like, for Will, he does have the Super Rod in hand, so once the second energy goes down, Charizards rarely play too many energy, but you know that you have a way to recycle them pretty immediately. So playing, I assume that was an Ultra Ball to search your deck here. Now the question for Eric is, depending on what else is in hand, are you prioritizing a way, oh no, getting Lumineon, okay, to probably go grab Arven, I would assume. And then using Arvin to go grab probably, I don't know, Defiance Band or Choice Belt and a Rare Candy. Do we have the Rare Candy Pidgeot? We do. Okay, the combo, it's happening, it's happening. Um, and then the question here is, do you go for Bibarel or do you go for Charizard? Nope, going for the Charizard. I do like this. Just getting the aggression out, saying, hey, I'll be able to find Bibarel next turn if I need. It's fine. This Cleffa having free retreat is massive for this deck too. Don't need to waste any resources. Perfect Pokemon to leave in the active. And then at this point, depending on what else is in his hand, he's already played a supporter. You know, you could throw down the Defiance Band, but no point using it yet. It's going to be better in late game. Finally taking a prize there for Eric. First prize, first blood, if you will. Taking out that one Pidgey. Ooh, sending up another Pidgey means the hand must be pretty bad. Oh, thank you. The fit. There's cats all over me. I'm covered in cats, which is great. Sending up the Pidgey, though, either means he's got nothing or he has the rare candy. But I don't think he's got the rare candy, so I think this is a really rough spot here for Will. Just that Iono really did him dirty. Yeah, playing another Buddy Puffin. Just trying to thin out the deck, hoping that you can draw into something on the following turn. I would imagine grabbing another Charmander. I don't think there's any more Pidgeys, so I do like this. If you can get your hand size down a little bit. I believe there's a few energy in hand, but I can imagine you attach retreat, then you super rod. That's 2 more cards out of your hand. Maybe you can draw 1 or 2 cards off of this Cleffa. So I think that's probably the play here for Will. It's just trying to find a way to draw a few more cards. Okay, also being able to use the forest, the lost vacuum there. There's another card out of your hand to go into the Cleffa. Yep, there we go. See the Super Rod putting 3 energy most likely back into the deck. Oh, choosing to put a Pidgey back into the deck. Maybe assuming that this one might be knocked out. Don't hate that. Don't hate that. Just give yourself the option later. I do think I would have liked to see Will. I assume it's prized. Prioritize a Bidoof, but fair to assume it's prized. Going to draw. What is this? 5. Okay. 3, 4, 5. Okay, so finding. I think there was an Arvin in that hand. There's a rare candy already, so next turn Will should be able to get some things moving, but you know. I actually think the real problem that I'm realizing here for Eric is, while Eric does have 1 Charizard online, he does not have a way to get any other attackers. He has a Pidgeot, a Rotom, a Cleffa, a Lumineon, and a Bibarel, all support Pokemon, none of whom are really going to be useful to attack. So interesting here, I think, getting his hand down. Maybe we're going to see an Iono. I don't know, a boss on the Pidgey. Okay. Maybe interesting using Bibarel, taking the knockout. I guess realizing that he's going to have to take a knockout with Pidgey. He's going to have to take a turn off because there's not really going to be a way for Eric to get around the fact that without a collapsed stadium followed by a lost vacuum play, not going to be able to get this board in a state where he can actually put another Charmander down. That's a really awkward spot to be in, actually. You've just got all these support Pokemon clogging your bench up. So I guess if you're Eric, you're like maybe counting your blessings a little bit, knowing that this Charizard is at least going to get to attack another time. Like, it's not going to get knocked out. So Forest Sealstone there. And now the question becomes, do you play the Collapsed Stadium to get rid of your own Lumineon here, or do you prioritize continuing to establish that board? It's a hard call. It's a difficult call, but using that Forest Sealstone ability to just grab the Charizard, getting some energy into play. The Charizard this turn is going to be doing 240, So not enough to knock out the Charizard, and even with a Defiance Band, not enough to knock out the Pidgeot. So I assume this is going to grab another Pidgeot, given we didn't prioritize the Bibarel earlier. So yeah, the Pidgey that we shuffled back in last turn coming back into play to hopefully find us a Pidgeot next turn. And then after this, we did see an Arven for turn, so that's going to be it. I don't believe there's a way to necessarily get rid of this Lumineon just yet, but yeah, this Charizard going to be doing 240, leaving the active Charizard at 90 HP. So this definitely going to be one of those moments where I wonder if we see the Turo play, right? Like maybe you just put 180 into Will's Charizard, but 180 into the Charizard does not set you up for success the following turn, knowing that the Pidgeot is only going to be doing 120, and that still puts you 30 damage short of a knockout. So it's pretty awkward place here for Eric, despite the very quick start. At this point, if you're Will, you almost don't even want to play your own Collapse Stadium just because you don't want to give your opponent. Yeah, so it looks like playing the Turo there. So opting to get another Charmander down, putting 120 into this Charizard. It's still a bit awkward because, you know, your opponent's going to do 240 into you. It's not going to knock you out. I guess you can evolve, put another 180 back into it, and sort of force your opponent into this awkward like 4 or 5 hit or 3 or 4 hit turn situation, which is never great. But I do like the 120 here from the Pidgeot. So good. Yeah, Delphox V I imagine would be wild for that mirror. Just sniping that Charmander out from under you. Oh gosh. So we're going to Ultra Ball here. Do we have the rare candy to get into Pidgeot is my question. Oh, has to choose what to decide, what to discard here with the Ultra Ball. Can't just Ultra Ball and not discard anything. So yeah, good catch there by Will or his opponent Eric. Is grabbing the Pidgeot, which I mean, we do have the rare candy, gonna Pidgeot. And I guess the question here is, this is interesting. You have the Pidgeot, you know your opponent does not have any more Charmanders on the field. Is there a world in which you only have the Prime Catcher in hand, you Prime Catcher, oh, there we go. Yeah, you do Prime Catcher that Charmander, you have the free Retreater in Pidgeot, and then you Iono, giving your opponent just 4 cards in hand to respond. Granted, the Bibarel is there, so he'll always have at least 5, but I do like this play because it means your opponent won't be able to really respond very well. Just another 120 is the most that they'll be able to do. Now, there's a small world I would, ooh, interesting, okay. So choosing to get rid of that Lumineon. Interesting that Eric chose to get rid of Rotom and that Lumineon. I expect that's because Eric is prioritizing being able to Turo the Lumineon back into hand directly. Don't hate that. Rotom is basically done now. Retreating into this Charizard. Man, there's a small world in which I would have loved to have seen a sneaky Charmeleon coming in for the knockout, but I don't mind that. I don't mind that one bit. And Will here does have the Charmeleon set up, so he has his own Turo situation online if needed. So Eric does have 2 bench spots now open, which is, pretty nice. If you are Eric, you're like, okay, I got 2 bench spots open. There is a Collapse Stadium in play, but, all I need is 1 Charmander, I suppose. The awkward part about this, not having the ability to Lost Vacuum this Collapse Stadium away, means if Will just goes and gets another boss on the following turn with that Pidgeot, takes out the Charmeleon, the Charmander, just kind of puts Eric in this really awkward spot of like Charizard's never being able to stay around, really gets Will back into this game. think Eric here just sort of weighing up, like, what do I prioritize here? Do I try to draw more cards with this Cleffa? Do I put a little bit of damage into the Charizard? Seems like an interesting thought here. Iono, okay. Seeing a completely different hand before we make that decision. I don't hate that. I do think I like putting a little bit of damage into this Charizard, knowing that Pidgeot's not going to get knocked out in response. Interesting. I would like to see a little bit of damage, because now that Will has taken a prize, 120 plus 210 is enough to knock it out. So if you can get into the Charizard on the following turn, you will be able to take a knockout if you're Eric on the Charizard. So, but no, just using the draw there, and then Will playing Arven for the turn. I imagine getting, I don't know, maybe an Ultra Ball, maybe the Prime Catcher. Or did we already see the Prime Catcher get used? Am I wild in chat? Did the Prime Catcher get used last turn? Am I just, maybe I'm seeing things in his deck. Thought I saw a big pink card in there, but no, I guess not. Maybe that was something else. Yeah, it was definitely something else I was looking at. So choosing to get the Super Rod and Defiance Band are able to do a little bit more damage, but still it's just going to do 270. So I guess expecting, you know, maybe the Charizard to get knocked out on the following turn. Sort of doing some math here for Will. Like, wait, where'd this damage come from? How many cards should I have in hand? I would like to see, yeah, those are the two cards that he's grabbing off of the Arven. Shuffling in, maybe the Lumineon too. You never know, you might need to use Lumineon later. I like that. It's a good play. And now the question is, what do you Pidgeot for? Do you Pidgeot for the Charizard straight away? It's an awkward moment. I would, honestly, you've already used the Arven. I really would have preferred an early Pidgeot just to go get a boss. I don't know exactly what's still in his deck, what's not in his deck, but Pidgeotting for a boss, getting rid of that follow-up Charmander is huge. But just knowing that that's not an option anymore. But, you know, perhaps Will has longer term plans here going on. Let's see here. Putting a few energy on the board, a lot of energy scattered around. Ooh, I like this counter catcher. Interesting, counter catchering the barrel so that your opponent doesn't have as much draw. So trying to stop your opponent from maybe even drawing into the Charizard in the first place. Do you see another Charmander come down though? We see the rare candy into the Charizard right away. Everything just in hand. I do like getting rid of the barrel though, because it means that your Ionos can mean something in the late game. So both players now on 4 prizes, but Eric's going to have the the reality of taking 2 more prizes here on this Charizard. And I think at this point it's just going to come down to who finds the Turos at the right time. I would say Will is probably in a better spot because he does have the Charmeleon online, and that Charmeleon is going to allow him to maybe put a Turo or 2 together one turn after the other, but Eric here debating, what does he want to put back in? 2 energy and maybe a Charizard? Oh, the Radiant Charizard, I like this, okay. Just all Pokemon, okay. I like that. It's going to be useful because your opponent may be able to go down to 2 prizes as well, so you're going to need to find some scenario in which Radiant Charizard fixes your prize mapping. Yep, we do see the Turo there picking up. Will's board is very set. Yeah, Will's board is very well set up right now. But picking up the Luminion, as we said before, I don't know how many Turos Eric has used now. It might have been 2. And that would be all the Turos that are in his deck. He does, I believe. Does he have any way to get another Turo back into the deck? No. So that's it for Eric in terms of Turo. But he's really the aggressor in this matchup. So, okay, Eric taking 2 more prizes. Okay, just going to, I believe it's a Roxanne. So this is really the moment, I think, where Will's play the previous turn to boss up that barrel hopefully can pay off. The nice thing for Will is he does have exactly what he needs to do 330. He has the Defiance Band. His opponent is on 2 prizes, so he's doing 300 plus the 30. He will be able to take the knockout. He's going to put his opponent at 2 cards in hand. His opponent has 1 Charmander and a Bidoof, a barrel out. The Pidgeot being out is frustrating. I will grant you that. There's almost a world in which I would like to see. Yeah, you got to take this prize, I guess. So the free retreater and Cleffa going up here, and really, I think it just comes down here to, does Eric have a way to draw his way out of this? He can certainly get 1 card with Pidgeot. And does that 1 card find him everything he needs? Now, both players, I believe, play Roxanne. So, yes, so we could see a Pidgeot for her Roxanne, to be frank. Just hoping that your Roxanne draws you into a few more cards. So, from Eric's perspective, just playing as many cards down as possible, so he's shuffling in as few cards as possible, but no. Oh, interesting. Choosing to, what did the Pidgeot do that turn? Nothing? Yeah, boss for game. Will taking it there. The comeback win from Will because of the barrel play there. So I wonder, did Eric super rod there to put maybe energy and Charizards back into his deck? Is that what he used the Pidgeot for? Hard to say. But Will able to take that comeback because of bossing the barrel. I like that. Don't sleep on the barrel being your opponent's main win con for a deck like this at the end of the game. I think that's the same scenario if you think about Chen Pao. I played a lot of Chen Pao players. I have a friend who plays a lot of it. And oftentimes, if my opponent, once they have more than 1 Chen Pao, 1 Frigibax or Baxcalibur out, really it comes down to the barrel. If I can get rid of that barrel and I can make that Iono stick, it is very difficult for them to respond in any meaningful way, right? Like, they need cards in hand, and while Charizard needs fewer cards in hand to really enact its strategy, taking that draw engine away, it's like, yeah, you can go get 1 card, but how does that help you, right? So, really did like that that play there to take out the barrel. Let's see if we can get Will onto the stream now. If he wants to chat, give me a second. Let me move the camera so people can see you.
Hi.
Hi. That was a wonderful match. That was cool. It was cool seeing the comeback, basically. So for you, I just want to know, how did you think the match went? Where was the pivotal moment for you?
So, I think what allowed me to come back in the game was that he kind of overbenched a little bit, and so I was able to kind of decided to start going forward, chasing his attackers, and then it would be difficult for him to set it up after that. I also know that in the game, like, you generally want to chase like Bibarel and Pidgeot so that you can win with Iono late game, and so once I was able to buy it, I kind of had like an awful start, and so once I was able to buy,
We saw it was rough.
once I was able to buy the turn back by getting all of his Charizards out of play, like then you just kind of take the same game plan and just try to take out the support and then win with Iono. It's like the way to go. Yeah.
I mean, it was really interesting. We were watching too, and it was like, yeah, there's just a bunch of support Pokemon on the bench, and if this Charizard goes down, that's bad news. So yeah, it was definitely like an awkward moment, and I did like the play of focusing down that Bibarel, because like you said, I play Chen-Pao players too, and like you don't think the little Bibarel's the problem, but Bibarel's the problem.
Yeah, and you like Zard scales up so much that you can knock out basically anything on their board late game anyway. So like I knew that he was probably going to Turo the Lumineon next turn, but like I can knock out the Pidgeot later if I need to, and it means that like he needs to clear so much more off of his board at the end of the game anyway.
Yeah. I think looking at your board state too, it took you a while to develop it. You went down those 2 prizes, but just that awkward situation of like that mid game for Charizard where like, well, neither of us can really knock out the other one's Pokemon. So it just sort of comes down to like, well, who Turos when and what do you have as a response? So yeah, the Turo and then having to bring the Pidgeot up of all Pokemon.
Right.
And I was like, oh, well, even if I do 120, if I don't take a knockout, the most I can do next turn is 180, which still doesn't knock out Charizard. It's bad math.
Well, and then going to 2 prizes is tough when you have the Defiance Band because then you just knock out a Charizard in response. So if you like don't have the response ready on board, like then it just gets really difficult. Yeah.
Question for you on whether or not I know this is the League Cup, but like Devolution TM. For me, that's like a big debate or a thought that goes into any Charizard thing is like, if I'm in the mirror, the Devolution TM maybe ruins my opponent's whole day or not. Why do you think both you and your opponent, either of you are playing that? Why do you think that is?
So many people are on the double Charmeleon, and I think like when you do the Devolution turn, you're taking a turn off from getting damage on board. And so if you Devo and then they're able to like set up, the Zard comes back to their hand. If they have the Charmeleon on their board still, then they win the prize trade, or they win the damage trade. It's not like necessarily prizes.
Take a whole turn off.
Exactly. Yeah. And then like maybe you're able to win later, but usually people can kind of like piece a couple turns together and recover, especially with the Bibarel being so popular now too. So I think that it's not worth it to play it. A lot of people are also playing the Mist Energy, but like it just kind of depends on how things go.
Does Mist Energy stop Devolution TM?
Yeah, so if you attach it to Pidgeot, then you get to keep your Pidgeot as well.
Oh, okay. I see. This is me. Like I'm like this format is one where it's such a weird format, right? Like it's really small, and now that the new set's out, everybody's like, oh, okay, Temporal Forces format, whatever. Right. But yeah, are you going for a Worlds invite?
I am. Yeah. So I'm at 541 points right now. So if I win today, I replace the top 4. I get 18, and then I need to win a league challenge to get 2 points.
Yeah.
And then once I get those 2 points, I can get top 128 in LA, and that's what I'm hoping to do.
Okay.
If I win here, then I also get it with 1024 at NAIC, which should be 5-4. So I think that like that should be like relatively easy. Yeah. But yeah, it's like a grind at the end of the season to try and wrap up these last few points.
Yeah. So especially too, because like NAIC, it's one of those weird ones where you don't know what the format's exactly going to be, and you're like, I would rather have my Worlds invite wrapped up knowing what I'm going into rather than like, do I play Dragapult? Do I play whatever? Like, yeah.
Well, and there's like 2 weeks between LA and NAIC, so I barely have any. I'm like going really hard in this format. I barely have any time to prepare for the next format. Yeah. So I'd rather just lock it up in like the format that I know I'm really prepared with.
Yeah. Well, thank you for joining us. Congrats on the win. I think at this point you probably ID into top 8.
We'll see. Hopefully my opponent accepts. So.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. So, all right. Well, good luck in the next round. And hopefully in top 8.
Yeah, we'll see.
All right. Yeah, the Bibarel plus Roxanne KO was brutal. So hopefully y'all enjoyed that interview with Will. Really awesome. Excited. Fingers crossed that he can get those points in LA and doesn't have to sweat too much at NAIC when you're like, I don't know. Because I do think this. I will say that. I think NAIC, there's a couple of decks. I would actually argue there's probably 4 decks that are net new at NAIC that are going to be a real problem in terms of people considering what deck they want to play. And those decks are some of the obvious ones. I think the decks are going to be Dragapult EX. And Dragapult EX plays a very different strategy from anything we've seen in the recent past, right? Let me clip this back on. Dragapult EX the damage spread strategy. It's just, I think you'll have a lot of players who either are less familiar with how that works. People will take advantage of that, but like, it's not fresh in our minds, that damage spread approach. And then you've got Greninja EX, which I think is a pretty good deck. It may not be a top tier deck, but you could really ruin somebody's day if you get the right little set of combos, right? And then outside of those two, I think there's two other decks that are kind of net new that I think people are going to have to keep their eye on. And that is, I think Blissey EX is getting more and more traction, more and more people talking about, like, between the Sharon's Care and some of the other tricks that Blissey can sort of pull off. I could see any given player sort of coming into a tournament, hitting a Blissey or two, right? And then just not really knowing how their deck is supposed to respond to that. What was the fourth one? There's Blissey, Dragapult, Greninja, and I will say I do think that people might play the Ogerpon list. And I do think the Ogerpon, the grass one specifically being the main sort of engine, the Ogerpon list could be really interesting. It hits for certain weaknesses against decks that might be relevant. The ability, the one that turns off attacks from abilities like a Alolan Vulpix could be really annoying, depending on how the meta shakes up. So, new Lost Zone options, literally one-shotting Greninja or Dragapult. What are the new Lost Zone options that do that? I'm trying to think. There's Blood Moon or Saluna, which I think is just a generally good card, right? I think Snorlax gets a boost with some of the new cards as well. I think, the only thing that's going to stop the Snorlax from getting better and more played, and that's a deck I think people are going to have to watch out for, is Kieran. If people play Kieran or not, because that is a switching card. We usually think about it as a 30 extra damage, but it does switch your Pokemon. So I think if people choose to play one or two Kierans plus a Palpad, I think that might get you over the hump of a, Snorlax match. But people may not. Forgot about, everybody forgets about Snorlax. It did just win the last regional. But yeah, the new Flute card is so good. The Hand Fan is so good. I just run Gengar in my Zard for lax. What? You're wild. Gengar EX in a Charizard list? You don't even use the same energy, right? It's dark energy. Plus 2 switches and a Toro. There we go. Dunzo. I mean, maybe that works. I don't know. I just think to myself, that seems like a lot of work. I think a better thing for that matchup is probably just Kieran, right? The switching Gengar. What is the switching Gengar? Why do I not know this card? Am I just out of my mind? Maybe I'm just out of my mind. I don't know the switching Gengar. But, I will say, I think Charizard does see a hit because of Dragapult. Dragapult can set up damage counters and then can Devolution TM, really blow up Charizard's board in the late game. That being said, I do think the inclusion of cards like Kieran help Charizard in the early game if people want to play it. So, new round, chat. It lets you switch your Pokemon once a turn. Okay, that switching Gengar is nasty. Is it new? I kind of want to know. Is that Gengar new? Is that the new that I should be paying attention to? I don't know. More useful than most things because it resets Rush Zard. Yeah, that's true. Hey. Okay, let's do fun deck. Fun deck time. We got Keith and we got Edgar.
Keith is a kiddo.
Okay.
But
nice.
Edgar.
No, it's great.
I saw his deck. I was like, okay, that looks fun.
Okay, we are playing a Miraidon list. Yeah.
Like Spice?
Yeah. What is this?
I don't know.
Is that Raikou-V? That's Raikou-V.
That's Raikou-V.
Oh, and then 2 of the Future Box Miraidon? Oh,
Yeah,
interesting.
I was
Okay.
like, okay, that's spicy.
We got an I Love Miraidon list. And then we've got that up against another Charizard. Don't be surprised, chat, when the Charizards come for you, because they're everywhere. Now let me go ahead and reset. This is the last of the Swiss rounds, and then we'll be going into the top cut. Should be a top 8, I believe. So it'll be 3 rounds of that, and then that'll be the stream. But last round here for Swiss. So It's good that we're doing a fun round too, because my guess is that the top tables are most likely going to ID. That's typically what you do if you're almost undefeated, or if you have a guaranteed, sort of in. Which Miraidon EX? There is a future one. I think it's the original Miraidon. It's SVI is the number, so it's the original Miraidon. So it's playing like a normal Miraidon box, but it also plays 2 of the other Miraidon. So I guess, in theory, like say you're up against a Cleffa, you can take an early prize, which is not bad. Zarba the Turio Team Yell's Cheer just beat Stall. I mean, Team Yell's Cheer is nice. You could also just run Palpad, but Team Yell's Cheer has more flexibility, I suppose. Got to make sure to attach to the right Pokemon. Yeah. Let's see here. Who's going where? So it looks like. Hold up. Okay, we're still waiting on the people for the table. Oh my God, Cypher Maniac's code breaking. There will be busted combos. There will. I have not pulled a secret box, but I want once to do the perfect secret box A-spec play where I just get everything I could ever want from my deck. It's like, oh, what do you mean I can't search my deck? I'm just gonna get every card out of my deck that I want this turn. I don't know, bannable is strong, but I do think code breaking is a lot better than people give it credit for. The fact that code breaking is in the same format as Bibarel and Radiant Greninja is gross. It's basically search your deck. It's Green's Exploration, and the only thing you need is to have a different Pokemon and an energy in your hand. That's the only thing that you need. So Green's Exploration, people played objectively like suboptimal decks just so that they could play Green's Exploration. That was how good Green's Exploration was. So like Cypher Maniac is effectively doing the same thing if you build your deck correctly. Green's wasn't banned because of you can't use it if you have a Pokemon with an ability in play. So I don't know that Cypher Maniacs will be banned necessarily. It's my thought, because I don't think it doesn't break the golden rule of Pokemon TPCI's design philosophy. The golden rule is I think that they typically don't ban cards if those cards are not causing a negative play experience for your opponent. And I don't think it is, right? Like getting donked before you ever have a turn, that's a negative play experience. Your opponent being able to mill you faster than you can possibly get 6 prizes, that's a negative play experience. Code Maniac, Cypher Maniac code breaking is, hard to beat, but like it's not a negative play experience. You can play the same thing too, and everyone can get every card they want. Okay, so let me, I got a little carried away there. So we got Edgar on the right. There we go. And then on the left we have Keith. Okay. And let us kick it over to the tabletop cam now. So like we were saying, Edgar is playing the fun deck, the Miraidon Special, and then Keith is playing Charizard EX deck. Trying to see 2 Charmeleons. Pretty straightforward deck, if I'm honest. Very similar to the deck that we saw previously. There is a TM Devolution in this. Won't matter in the matchup, but he does play it. Trying to think of anything. There's a Maximum Belt in the deck, so actually I think that will matter in this matchup. But as we see here, Keith having a pretty rough start, just benching a Charmander, attaching an energy and passing. Is that an Iron Bundle in the active? Hold on. What is that? What is that card? Yeah. Not an ideal starter in Iron Bundle in the active. So choosing to nest ball, grab out the Radiant Greninja just so you can draw some more cards. It will be interesting to see here though. Keith does not have any other Pokemon, but sometimes you don't have Pokemon but you do have the exact thing you need to evolve into and all those pieces in your hand. So Nest Ball from Miraidon. Miraidon's ability to grab you maybe 2 other cards. Looks like an Iron Hands and I would assume a Raikou. Just the chance, if you're Edgar here, that you can get the turn 1 Donk. No, okay, choosing to get another Miraidon and then Miraidon for Raikou, probably? Is the Raikou prized? I believe there is just the one Raikou in the deck. So, well, there's 2. There's 2 in the deck, yeah. Getting a Raichu, interesting. Maybe he's just stuck in the active, right, with this this Iron Bundle. It is a pretty awkward starter. It's a very awkward card to start. Yeah, it's not great. Not great to have the bundle in the active. Discarding an energy, you draw 2. Okay. Let's see what we go from here. Unfortunately, you cannot play the Prime Catcher as a switching card because your opponent doesn't have a Pokemon to switch to. That is an interesting ruling. Just for y'all out there, if your opponent can't switch, you can't switch either with Prime Catcher. Gonna Arven here for an escape board, kind of perfect, and electric generator. I mean, there's still a world, you know, if you hit 2 off of this generator, that will be enough for this Raichu to take a knockout. 6 one way, half a dozen the other, I suppose. So I guess that was the thought of that over the Raikou. So we will see here. Yeah, I imagine, yeah. We're going to see. We're going to gamble. Do we get 2 energy off of this? He is playing 17 in the deck, so I would assume that it wouldn't be crazy. It wouldn't be crazy. 1, 2, yeah, there's the 2. So I think, I'm looking at Edgar and I'm like, I think that's game. Interesting. Choosing to prioritize the Iron Hands here. I think he's just trying to be nice and not donk Keith, which is understandable. You don't always have to play the most aggressively. You could try to have fun, especially if it's just for funsies like this. Gonna retreat into the Iron Hands. Do we have an energy in hand? I assume that it doesn't really matter. There's a billion ways to win. Energy in hand, taking the knockout. Tough stuff there for Keith. Doesn't really have another Pokemon. Just had a really rough start. Unfortunate for Keith, but yeah, these things happen. These things happen. But chat, that will wrap it up. No mercy for Zard. I mean, I don't blame anybody in chat for being like, I didn't want to see Zard anyways. This is fine with me. It's tough. That's tough. It is tough. That's the one thing about the Miraidon deck that, like, if you have a bad start, I think in most matches right now, you can have a bad turn 1 going first, and it's not the end of the world. But Miraidon is the one deck that just absolutely punishes. Lost Box has the potential too if you have a really good, if you get Colress and a few other things and then the cram in, but Miraidon just absolutely ruining people's day. That Japan list. Is it Japan? The Miraidon list? I don't think, it doesn't have any of the Twilight cards in it. Are we playing the Prime Catcher? He's playing the Prime Catcher, so it might be. Interesting. Well, chat, I will see, actually, now that we have a lot of time, I will see if one person wants to play some new format stuff, and you can see my Applin in action. Applin in action. So we'll see if y'all are interested. I can maybe see if somebody wants to play a game with me. Might even ask, I'll see if Sonia's judging, so Sonia can't play a game with me, but I could maybe play this Diplin list between now and the next round. But give me a second, chat. Give me a sec. But after this, we will be going into Top Cut, so, you know, just so you know.
awesome.
People can hear you now.
Awesome, possum. Oh my
They can see you. There's
gosh.
chat, so you can say
This
hi.
is so legit.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So if at any point you want to do prizes, this is the left side, that's the right side. So how many prizes are left? And then
oh, that's
that's
so
really
cool.
so yeah.
This is awesome. Okay. Hi, guys. This is like my first time being all proper on stream. I am the head judge for the tournament. My name is Sonia, and we are going to be watching Edgar play against Sean, which I'm not really sure how to change the names, but Sean is on the right side. He has a Diplin deck, and Edgar is on the side that says Keith for some reason. And he is playing this really awesome, like, future hands deck with Miraidon and Raichu and Raikou. So I'm really digging it. Like, I played a lot of Miraidon, but when Flaffy exited the format with the chop off of E-Block, I was pretty upset. I kind of mourned the loss of my favorite deck. So that was a little upsetting. That being said, this is really, really cool. And I'm so happy to just be chatting up. I would like have chat over here. I don't know if anyone's actually watching, but hello. We're gonna see, what's going on. They're currently just shuffling, setting up. I really, really love the Viridian Forest playmats, and I love that there's a shiny Metapod on one of them. I think that's really cute. Like, I wonder if, I don't think the odds are the exact same, but maybe like 1 out of every 10 has a shiny Metapod. That would be like really, really cute. Let's see what we got going on here. And I do enjoy that Edgar has a little Snorlax plushie, so every so often you just see like the little Snorlax feet back and forth. I think that is very, very cute. He's rolling a D20. Thanks each order. Wait, actually though? I mean, he could. I think that's really adorable. Let's see what we got. So, setting up, 6 prize cards, good. Oh, that is so cute. All right, and let's see what we got as starters. We've got Iron Hands and a Diplin going in with his Soothing Heavy Ball. Grabbing, I think that's Tatsugiri. It's a little difficult to see because I am a blind person, but yeah. Got Tatsugiri into the hand, putting it on the bench. Going in with another Diplin. And passing the turn. No energies, no items. The thing with Iron Hands is it can pop off really quickly. There's a lot of energy generation with E-Gen. There was Flaffy for turning. Raichu V, it also has a grab an energy attached to itself. So there are a lot of things that can be done. Turn 1. He did attach, I think that was a rescue board. And then playing Ultra Ball, discarding, he's thinking about it. Boop, boop, boop. 2 energies. Discarding those bad boys, looking for a Pokemon. I think I know what he's going to grab for, but I'm not going to say it until he pops it down. He's asking, I think, for cards in hand. I'm not really sure. He's like, no, my cards. I think they're just chatting, though. I'm still curious what he's looking. Okay, I think they're just chatting. It's good. All's good. On the bright side, this is like a friendly match, so, they can take as much time as they want. And wow, they got a Miraidon. Who would have thunk it? That was what I thought he was going to get. So now he is looking for 2 electric-type Pokemon. And then I'm just readjusting chat a little bit. There you go. Perfecto. Whoop, whoop. Perfect. Okay. I figured this out. We're getting here somewhat. Getting another Miraidon. And then he's looking for 2 more electric types. And that is a Raichu V. What else? And then I think that's a Raikou. And for that last Pokemon, anything? No, I think that's another Iron Hands. Awesome. I love that I am now Gyroshan. This is great. Oh no, where did chat go? I clicked away for like 2 seconds. And now I have to find. Okay, there you go. We're good. We're good. All right, shuffling the deck. Let's see. I mean, he's got a full board, turn 1. I don't see any energies yet. Oh, there's one. And that's research, so goodbye. I think that was 4 Sealstone. I don't know what else is behind it, though. Any E-gens? Let's see. No, passing the turn. He doesn't have anything else he can do at the moment. Unfortunately, I don't have the deck list for Sean. And I've really never seen this Diplin deck before, so this is very cute. See Buddy Buddy Poffin being used from Arvin. I think he grabbed a rescue board or something as well. And I can't quite see what that Pokemon is. Yes. I just was offered chocolate chip cookies. I think they might be homemade.
Oatmeal chocolate chip.
Oh, oatmeal chocolate chip. Yo. That is nice. We are getting catered here. We are currently at Third Universe in Croton-on-Hudson, New York. So Sean was very gracious enough to come over and stream this event. Super duper awesome. And someone's mom brought in homemade cookies, and they're still warm. Oh my god, this is hospitality, y'all. So good. I can't figure out what those two Pokemon next to Diplin are. So, if you know what it is, chat, please let me know, because it's a little hard to see right now. Alright, there's the E-Gen. The joys of playing electric is anything can take that energy. Ah! Oh my god. I have like a hair. That's my hair. Ew. Okay, so those have to go to... Yeah, let's say those have to go to the bench, I think? Let's see. Attaching all to, I think... Oh, no, just passing. Okay. Because he's got 2 and 2. I'm not really sure how Sean's deck is supposed to pop off. Okay, another Arvin. Really likes Arvin. I'm not sure what he's looking for. Maybe an Ultra Ball to get some evolutions? I was gonna see. I'm curious. I've never used this before. There's like a cards thing, but I'm kind of scared to touch it. Like, I can't see all the cards, and I feel like I'm not being a very good stream host, but I'm trying. Also, like, this cookie is so good, guys. Like, I don't know how... like, can you see that? Oh, like, look at that. Look at the melted chocolate. Also, this is... iPhone cameras kind of hit kind of hard. Like, that's a nice camera. Oh, is that Bramblin? Hold up. What is happening with this deck? I wish I could, like, somehow zoom in, because I have no idea what his deck is. Wait. Are they Ionoing? Didn't he just Arvin? Hold up. Hey, Sean. Did you just play 2 supporters?
No, I just grabbed Iono out.
Okay, cool. Just double checking. This is a struggle of not being able to see the cards very well because I'm like, what are y'all doing? I do not know. Vibing, probably. But as for the cards, I'm not quite sure. Looks like because I'm assuming Edgar has not seen the Stiplin deck, he's gonna read almost all the cards, and honestly, I don't blame him. Like I'm just gonna. I got a cell phone. I got the modern technology. I can see what's going on. Let's see. TCG player can tell me everything. We're gonna look up these Diplins if it wants to be looked up. Diplin and Pokemon. So this, I'm not sure which one it is because it doesn't list them. It doesn't list the attacks, unfortunately. Oh, there's Syrup Catcher. I don't think that's the one. That's a dragon one. I need this one. What does it do? Okay. If Festival Grounds is in play, this is the ability. This Pokemon may use an attack it has twice. If the first attack knocks out an opponent's active, you may attack again after your opponent chooses a new active. And then for 1 grass energy, it can do the wave. It does 20 damage for each of your bench Pokemon. So it can do, I think, 120, which is pretty solid. But basically, we're looking for Festival Grounds, I guess. We're going to see if that's in play. Let's see. Okay, Hands has 3 energy. But that being said, if Sean can find Festival Grounds, he can knock out an Iron Hands with just a Diplin, as long as he has a full bench. That's the thing. Full bench is needed for that to do 120, because that's 5 for the bench. Wait, actually, does it only do 100? Hold up, I might be misreading this, okay. Each of your, so it can only do 100, so it actually can't KO it. It can do up to 200, because it's attacking twice. There's the Iono. I'm getting, I think that's 6 prize cards because you got 6 left. And I realized, oh, wait, I can do... Woohoo! I did it. That is so fancy. Okay. I feel very, very bougie. No. I wish I could figure out how to change the names because it's not Keith and Edgar. It's now Edgar and Sean, but oh no, I might have just clicked away from that, and I don't want to mess anything up. So we're just gonna let it be. We're gonna pretend we never touched that. It's fine. Right. Hello.
Hey, are you judging? Can you see what's going on?
I'm watching. Yeah, I'm watching over there.
See the guy keep dipping his hands under the table?
Yeah.
Is that legal?
No. Not supposed to, but some people find it more comfortable.
We make a story. There is no winning this game. There is no winning this game. In different degrees.
Alright, drawing for turn. Looking through discard. And it looks like they're looking at something, although I'm not sure. Ooh, okay. Getting an energy on there for Iron Hands. And I do see the Raikou in the active. Oh, and then let me... 4 left? Ooh, that is so fancy. I think that's 4 left, right? Oh, this is so cool. I'm not doing a good job telling anyone about the game state. I don't know how casters do this. This is like very interesting. I really like this though. Let's see. Okay, so Iron Hands has 3 energy attached to it. If he really wanted to, he could. I think he now has 4. Did he just attach 4th one? He could swap, take a knockout with that. That being said, he is susceptible to, more attacks if he's in the active. But, I mean, he could just continue, knocking out with Raikou. Raikou still is a very strong attacker. because Sean needs to have a full bench. It's 100 damage
Everybody's done.
onto that attack.
I think we got the last 3 games here.
Perfecto. I may have to take a short break just so I can get top 4 going. But I'm going to see if maybe the other judges can do it because I am really excited to see if Diplin can make a comeback. I mean, it's just apples and vibes. Like, what else do you need? It's also a very funny single prize deck. I have not seen any V or EX cards. I haven't seen any Radiants. It's just the little guys, and honestly, I kind of like that. Okay, swapping out with Prime Catcher. I feel like that's a Bramblin, but maybe not. It's really hard to see. So this is when a deck list would have been dope, but unfortunately, no deck list for Sonia. Ooh, I think he's got the boss in hand for next turn, possibly. Can you post top 4?
We're doing it right now.
Okay.
We're printing it out, and then we're going to start collecting their...
You can do the... I was like, we have all the deck lists here.
Okay. I'm going to get this stuff.
All right, I will actually have to take a break though because now that round 5 is over, I have to give out the prizes to juniors and seniors. So I might have to cut my participation a little bit early, but I will keep this up so you guys can obviously see some fun gameplay with Sean, and we'll be back shortly.
My goal was to see if he was reasonable in going forward with variety, and we just had a very similar conversation on the phone. He's not a communist, so why should I care? Yeah, I think it's too popular in no,
Not standard, no. I'm not going to be here tonight.
just that was possible.
What?
Not a lot of things.
Oh, okay.
Now it is your turn to establish a start or as I kind of want to see an aftermath of that. Oh, we will. Well, they're partners. Whatever happens, if I go around on the choose, yes or no. Did it go well? Did it not go well? Yes. This is the game. At this point, we just sequentially go around doing scenes until the dice have been allocated. If you're doing a scene with me, and we have a work relationship, it doesn't make sense. Here's something I've learned from the playing of this game. It does not make sense to establish a scene where the chances are that forking is going to be on. I'm a communist. I just focused the damn bear, you know, and it was going to go well or not well. And if he was civil enough, and our relationship isn't at boiling right now, but it will definitely go eventually. But you gotta think. There's gotta be some skin in the game. There's gotta be some establishing. Like, is there a secret that you're trying to keep
Will Westing?
Good, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have Mike help me out. Mike, can you start counting this one? Alejandro, right? Congrats, by the way. I pat your shoulder. I tapped it and I whispered to you, congrats, and I walked over. This is yours? Yeah. Okay, next.
Yeah, we do. It's great, yeah.
Check with Sonia. She's actually organizing right now. What's your last name? Sorry. Pereira.
Hello, cat. Come on. Where?
This one? Oh, right here. Yep. All right. And then I want to get the last one.
Eric.
Eric.
May.
The Eric.
Eric.
Congrats.
Thank you.
First time seeing you making the big top.
Yeah, for real.
This is you?
Eric May? Yes, that's me.
All right, give me a second. We're gonna ask Sonia to give me a hand.
010596. Yep.
All right, I'm going to start counting now. Since,
All right, I'll be chilling somewhere.
Mike, I have.
All right.
I have one more for you. Okay.
How are
Will, all
y'all?
good?
We back
Check here.
from outer space. I just walked in to find you here with that sad look upon your face. All right. Hi. Did you get to watch much of that match?
I did. I just had to leave like
Oh, yeah, that's
5
fine.
minutes prior.
No, it was it performed very well, I will
I
say.
couldn't tell. There was the Dipplin. What was the other grass Pokemon?
Thwacky.
Thwacky. I like.
Yeah. It lets you search your deck for any card if there's a festival lead Pokemon in the active.
God, that is insane.
So if you have 2 of them out, it's like, oh, I get to Pidgey out twice? Thank you. Yes. I would love that. I would love to get 2 cards of whatever I want from my deck.
That's cracked.
It kind of is. I'm not going to lie.
Set up correctly. We get it.
Hyper Aroma makes that deck absolutely broken. So, yeah. Well, chat, that was a little bonus match from me that you got there. And with that, we will take a short break, and then we'll have top 8.
Top 4.
Top 4.
They literally
Okay.
needed one more person to do top 8.
You know what? I don't mind this. Top 4. And then what time is it?
It's like
3:30. Oh my gosh, this is we flying by. Yeah. We flying by. Let's go. All right. Top 4 coming up soon. Let's go. All right, we are back in action. We almost have top 4 starting. It's going to be Jonathan versus Alejandro. I don't remember what their lists are off the top of my head. I want to say it was either...
Lost Box.
Is it Lost Box and Dialga? Lost Box versus Dialga. Let's go. Okay, that's very exciting. Lost Box v Dialga. Last time we did a stream, Dialga took it home. Took down the tournament. So that was a pretty big deal for Lost Box. Peter Kika was the one who was piloting that deck. Can Lost Box get another win on the Metapod stream? Is it going to be is going to have to be renamed to the Dialga stream with 2 wins in a row? Or is Lost Box going to be able to overcome? I don't know. I'm trying to think here. What probably wins this matchup? I don't believe the Dialga player is playing Manaphy. Granted, the Matangs are 100 HP, so it's going to be more difficult if it's not very early in the game for Radiant Greninja to make a big impact, but it's possible. I think it'll just depend on when the Star Chronos can come into play. I think the Lost Box player probably is going to want to prioritize not putting any 2 prizes in play until after Star Chronos is, theoretically used. Or only doing it after you knock out a big Dialga V-Star that has a bunch of energy on it that was preparing to start Chronos. I think that's probably the line, the way to play that. So, okay, mulligan there for Jonathan, which I'm not sure. I think Jonathan is the Lost Box player, so could be wrong though. We'll find out soon enough. But yeah. This is going to be a best of 3, though, because we are now in top 4, which means a bad start is not the end of your day. You can get another crack at it in game 2. And theoretically, we could go all the way to game 3. Did we have any game 3s the last tournament that we did a cup? I don't know. I can't remember off the top of my head. If there are any lore masters out there who remember, tell me. But I don't know if we had any best of 3s that went all 3 games. That said, seeing if Jonathan, he does find a Pokemon here, so just I believe 1 extra card for Alejandro. So let's see. Is Jonathan on the who's on the
So Jonathan with the non-Eevee mat.
Jonathan's with a non-Eevee mat. Okay, cool. Let me flip these names around for us real quick. Left name Jonathan. Right name, Alejandro. I was having a feeling. I was like, yeah, I feel like something's wrong here. There we go. So just ready to get started here. See what we can do in this top 4 match. And then we'll be in the top 2. I don't know what the other match is. I can ask Sonya when they're back how many Charizards made it into top 4. But we shall see. And if you're planning to go to LA, I don't know. This is, yeah. If you're planning to go to LA, then this might be the last. I don't know how many more Pokemon streams there are. I don't know if there's any tournaments this weekend. So if you're prepping for LA, this might be the last stream or video, the most recent thing you can get. So we are off to the races. Jonathan playing Dialga V-Star clearly with the Zamazenta start. Comfy start for Alejandro. We'll see if he's actually comfy, but it is a comfy in the active. Nest ball here, just sort of trying to figure out what exactly do you want. Obviously you want a Dialga, obviously you want a Metang eventually, but this level of thinking, I guess, deciding, what's more important to prioritize early. The Zamazenta is an interesting attacker in the very early game because it is a single prizer that I believe Alejandro will have a tough time knocking out quickly. I don't think Cramorant can Cramorant take the Zamazenta down? I'm not sure. Would you like your child to have a seat?
Yeah. Why
Okay,
not?
bring the baby over. The other top 4 match, what's the matchup?
It's Eric and Will, but Eric conceded.
Oh, okay, because he needs to go home.
No, I had.
No, okay, fair enough.
I was like,
So Will is in the finals.
he said, I'm conceding.
Fair
I'm like,
enough. Oh, I
No,
know
I'm
Will.
actually conceding.
I know Will is also really close to getting
These
his
days,
invite,
world's
so
contention.
yeah,
But I
that's
was
fair.
like, bruh.
So yeah, Jonathan having a pretty slow start. No Dialga, but does get a Beldum and a Mew down. Pokestop coming down here. Comfy. Ooh, okay, we got a Mirage Gate, but losing the Colress does not feel great. We do have 3 Comfies out though, so I don't know how quickly Jonathan is going to be able to get into an attack, but definitely an opportunity here if you can take out one of these Comfies early. Do we get an energy? We do get an energy, 1 energy. I could be wrong, but I believe Zamazenta needs 3 to attack. So if he has an energy in hand, he will be able to get there. It looks like he does have an energy in hand. So at this point, Jonathan probably going to go for an attack, I think. Ooh, choosing to Pokestop and never punished. Oh my gosh. Never punished for using your opponent's Pokestop. Disgusting. I don't do it. I always get punished. It's awful. But yeah, finding a Buddy Poffin, an S-Ball, and a Pokegear, kind of the perfect combination. So you can Buddy Poffin for the Beldums, Nestball for the Dialga, Pokegear for whatever supporter that might be on the top 8, either a Research or an Iono. Who cares? Who knows? Just gross. That's gross. Very nice, though. Very nice. So Pokestop inadvertently really helping Jonathan here. And I imagine that this Zamazenta is going to be able to attack this turn. I know that Comfy is weak to metal. It is a psychic type that is weak to metal, so it will definitely be going down. Okay, choosing not to play the Pokegear here. I don't know if he already used a supporter, but maybe not. Maybe opting not to bother. Another Comfy, putting another Lightning in the Lost Zone. Another Comfy. Putting the Manaphy, don't need the Manaphy in the matchup, that's fine. But a Water and a Lightning down does feel less than ideal. Losing the Roaring Moon, you're gonna need to Super Rod that. It doesn't matter just yet. Counter catchering here, just trying to buy some time is what it sounds like. Something with the highest retreat cost. Only negative here is that Metang is, if you can get 2 energy, is it 2 or 3 energy attack? I think 2 or 3. If you can get the energy onto the Metang, though, it can also knock out this Comfy, weirdly enough, if need be. Not what you want to be doing, though, so we'll sort of see here, where he decides to put the energy. No energy, so Jonathan missing on that Metang. Not ideal. Probably means an attack is unlikely. I guess it's possible, but I think you'd probably want to retreat if you're Jonathan, just to keep the Metangs online. I think here, just deciding, what do you want to do? You know what's on the bottom of your deck. You don't necessarily want to shuffle it, so let's try to see some more energy. Was there any energy in there? No, no energy again. Oof. So that Metang is just going to be stuck. Just, unless he can find the 3rd Metang this turn. It's possible, but unless he can find the 3rd Metang, so much energy there. And is there any supporter? Is that a boss? Yeah, getting a boss doesn't feel great in order to have to shuffle that deck. So that one counter catcher from Alejandro actually is paid off. Seems like it might have bought an Alejandro a turn. So, which really might just be all that the Lost Box player needs in this matchup. So choosing to boss up the Iron Hands. Okay, interesting. Not allowing your opponent to get any additional, forcing him to waste a switch card, playing the Colress here. Let's see what we keep. It looks like there was the, is it the Ace Spec in the hand? Hard to say. Getting rid of an Artisan is what it looks like. It's fine. Question is, what's the other card you get rid of here? And it looks like it might be, is that a supporter we're seeing? Yeah, it looks like we're getting rid of, is that Roxanne? Not ideal. You'd love to be able to Roxanne a Dialga late game, but, the other cards in that hand were clearly more important. Get a Nest Ball here. Maybe get out the Cramorant, because I believe Cramorant would be able to knock out this Metang. It is 110. It's 100. Cramorant will be doing 110, so So long as there's another retreat or a switching card in the hand, we'll be able to take the knockout here. I don't believe this Comfy has used its ability, but I could be wrong. I know that we played the Colress earlier. Yeah, now we're using that ability. Looks like a, oh gosh, so much energy going to the Lost Zone. So either a Mirage Gate or an energy feels very bad. Not ideal. No, not at all. 3 energy in the Lost Zone at this point in the game would be pretty bad. But choosing to keep the Mirage Gate, very useful card. That Iron Hands coming online I think is going to be really important if you're going to try to snipe some of these Matangs later. Choosing to shuffle in a couple of water energy and playing 2, interesting, 2 Mirage Gates here. That is interesting because I don't know how many targets you have. So I guess while they're in your hand, I guess just play them just in case an Iono comes down. It's fair. So you got that. You got 1 more there and 1. Do you have a retreat? I was thinking, do I have a retreat in hand? If not, yeah, okay. So we must have a retreat in hand. Maybe a rescue board, something like that. Pretty standard. And now the question is, do you attack with Cramorant or do you attack with Iron Hands? I think you attack with Iron Hands, probably. I can never remember exactly what this Zamazenta does, but I don't know if it can knock out an Iron Hands in response. So choosing to take 2 prizes for Alejandro, go ahead in the prize trade with the Iron Hands, amp you very much, attack for 120. So pretty useful there for Alejandro. Nice thing for Jonathan, he does have the free retreating Mew. Question now is, how do you respond? You probably try to find your way into a Dialga, but I don't know if you're going to be able to knock out the Iron Hands this turn. I can never remember what the Zamazenta's attack does. It's just, it eludes me. I don't know if it is 230 though. Interesting. Really debating here. Like, do I play any other cards first or do I just roll the dice? Okay, we got 2 energy off of that. 2 energy is very good. I assume you throw them both onto the Dialga, I would imagine. Yeah. Now the question here is, if you can find another Matang, you can hit another 2 and you get 1 from hand, and you can find the Dialga V-Star, you could theoretically Star Chronos here for not enough to knock it out. Maybe there's a Defiance Band in the list, I'm not sure. Definitely an awkward spot though. So instead, maybe getting, is there another Beldum inbound or is that another Dialga? No, maybe just getting the Radiant Greninja. No, another Dialga. Okay. Yep. Setting up another Dialga in case this one goes down to some Roaring Moon play, because we know the Roaring Moon got shuffled in on the last turn with a Super Rod. So that said, there's a lot of energy, and one of the Darkness energy is just sitting on a Comfy. So choosing to go in here with the Zamazenta, does not knock out this Iron Hands, but Iron Hands I don't believe can knock it out in response. So trying to set up the Star Chronos, it seems like, on the next turn. So we'll see here if Alejandro has a response, a way to take out maybe this Matang. Would feel pretty good if you can take out the Matang. Limit Jonathan's ability to... It's a tough one. 1, 2, how many are in the Lost Zone? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 in the Lost Zone, so 9 after this. Ooh, okay, so we did find the Prime Catcher. I love that. Definitely keep the Prime Catcher. Yep, the Switch Cart, and looks like the Hisuian Heavy Ball going into the Lost Zone, so that's 9. You can Prime Catcher your way into, Prime Catcher, go into that. Oh, that Comfy, are you sure? Are we sure? Okay, must have another switching option. I was just thinking you can retreat that Comfy and get the Darkness energy back into the deck, but... So, just 9. Just 9. Another Chorus, that's 10. So you got all 10 in there. So Sableye is also online. Interesting, choosing to put the Roaring Moon down here. Okay. I wonder if he's gonna. Yeah, I like this play. I like this play. It's gonna be very difficult to take out this Iron Hands. I mean, it might be able to take it out, but the idea of it taking it out via Star Chronos is a little tougher. Now, if you want to get real sneaky here, if you do hit 2 energy, is there a world in which you put the 2 energy onto Mew? It's another 2 prizes actually there on the right. If you put the energy onto the Mew, it's a tough one. Because if you attach for turn, you could amp you very much in response, take the knockout, take 3 prizes for Jonathan. That's a thought. And then it just comes down to, does Alejandro have it? Because it doesn't, I suppose it doesn't really matter. Because if Alejandro has it, then, you know. Or do you just lead, knowing the prime catcher is gone, do you just lead with the Samazenta, take 2 prizes now? Just the prize mapping gets really awkward at this point. Any energy off of that? It looks like no. Oh my gosh. Oh, brutal. Brutal Pokestop. It giveth and it taketh away. Oh, God. Savage. Yeah, Jonathan just not being able to get into that Star Chronos in any timely manner has really hindered him in this game, especially since this Iron Hand's taken 4 prizes on its own. Seeing how many cards are in the Lost Zone, I believe we have 10 in the Lost Zone at this point. So Sableye is online. We're going to put a, you know, oh, interesting. Choosing not to put energy back in? Okay, there we go. There's the energy that's going back. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, so just shuffling your whole discard back into your deck. Basically is what it looked like. Dang, 3 super rods in a row. That hand was weird. Okay, well the question now is, I assume that the play, depending on what his hand is, looks like he's got 1 card, so maybe he's going to Mew for 2. Or he's got 2 cards maybe, so Mew for 1. And then retreats. Oh, okay, Mew for 1 there. Okay. And then retreats. Oh, okay, I like this. This Iono here. Very nice. So Jonathan's going to get to draw 5, where Alejandro is limited to just 2 cards. That could be a huge difference here. Question now is, though, we did find the Dialga V-Star. Question here is, though, do you just lead with the Zamazenta, assuming your opponent's not going to be able to find all the pieces to boss up the Dialgas? To me, that's yeah. You take the 2 prizes here, knowing that knowing that if you could start Chronos on the following turn, in theory, between that and a boss's order on the Roaring Moon, you could just take the game right there. So, does Alejandro have the pieces in order to Roaring Moon and boss in the same turn? So getting rid of the Sableye, not necessary at this point. Interesting, Alejandro just staring down that Star Chronos now. The Iono is just absolutely devastating, in theory. Maybe he'll find a way out of it, but I think it's a pretty tough one. Putting Lost Box down to 2 cards without a Greninja on board is, you know, all you got the comfy. All you got's the comfy. So, okay, we are going to, okay. Hey, 3 hits. I mean, I don't know how helpful those cards are, but you can at least get them out of your hand. So I guess the question is, what can you thin out of the deck? You do have the Radiant Greninja, but I don't know if you have any energy. I don't know if you have any switching cards left in the deck. That's going to be the real problem. Because you can retreat this Comfy into another one and dig a little bit deeper, but if you don't have any more switching cards in the deck, it's going to be very difficult to do much after that. And then you're just sort of hoping your opponent doesn't somehow Star Chronos on the following turn, which is, it's a ways off. You need 3 energies, so he's going to have to hit 2 at least off this Metang. But, yeah, Nest Ball for the Greninja. I do like this play. And I'm not sure how much energy is left in that deck, though, but we did shuffle some back in. But the Dark Energy being on this Comfy, I'm wondering if that matters. If that last Dark Energy he might need is stuck on that Company, he won't be able to manually retreat it, perhaps, in order to super rod it back in. So, I mean, at this point, do you just... Yeah, you do have the super route, so you can put some more energy back in. Okay. Yeah, I like that. A dark and a lightning and a water. Just fully, like everything is different, so your Mirage Gates are going to do a lot of work. And I guess the question here is, do you, if you're not able to attack this turn, do you just retreat into this other comfy, get a little bit more draw? Okay, choosing to attack with the Cramorant. I'm not sure if the Cramorant can knock out. I can never remember the Zamazenta's health, though. Is it 110? Who knows? Let's see if it is 110. Nope, it is higher than 110. But I think, oh, Zamazenta takes 30 less, right? So it's just 80 on the Zam. Interesting. So now the question becomes, is Jonathan able to get into Star Chronos this turn? See some energy in hand. It's going to come down to the Metang. Just does that Metang find him 2 energy? So we're going to Ultra Ball, thin out the deck a little bit more. I do like that. Putting down a Radiant Greninja so you can draw if need be. It's an awkward thing of like, I'm not sure how much you want to draw if your deck has more energy than not, but 2 cards, maybe it's worth it. Maybe it's worth it. I don't know the probabilities on that. Let's see if we go for a draw here or if we Metang first. So we're going to attach the energy. And then do you just Metang? Yeah, okay, so choosing to Iono. Going to draw 3. And I suppose hope that those 3 are not energy. No energy, no energy. No, that's pretty good. Pretty good odds. You could Ultra Ball that hand away, to be honest. Grab one more thing like a Dialga V-Star out of the deck. Evolve it, but you know what the bottom of your deck is. So, oh, there we go. There's 2 energy, 3 energy. Oh my gosh. So we are going to get a Star Chronos here, and the question is, can we find a boss on the follow-up turn? That's going to be the big question. So pretty sure we see a Star Chronos. Jonathan will go down to 2, and if we find a boss, then that can take out the Roaring Moon. So you're just going to draw with that last energy. There's a boss. We have played the Iono for turn, but Jonathan knows he's got game. So he Star Chronos is going down to 2, and then he bosses and wins the game. So Jonathan, Dialga V-Star taking game 1 against Alejandro there. That was exciting.
Game 2?
Yeah. Yeah, Jonathan took him a long time to get into that Star Chronos, but got into it when he needed and drew into the boss, and you were like, okay, let's go. Done and dusted. All right. Got game 2 here. Lost Box versus Dialga V-Star. I'm not really sure. I don't know, the Lost Box deck really had him up against the ropes, but that Iono made all the difference because it put that Lost Box deck in a really awkward spot where it's just like, maybe the math is just really awkward for a Lost Box for a lot of instances. Like the Greninja can't really knock out the Metangs. There is a world where I could see Sableye putting 1 damage on 2 Metangs, and then taking a knockout on something like a Beldum, and then the Radiant Greninja coming in and cleaning up those 2 Metangs. There's a world I could see that, right? You could put 1 on each, put damage on a Dialga V-Star, clean it up with a Roaring Moon without having to do all the damage to yourself. Yeah. Yeah, game 1 win. That's right. That's right. Dialga getting that win. I was going to say, like, are we going to see 2 Dialga V-Star League Cup wins on Metapod streams in a row? Honestly, that would be pretty wild. I don't know how I feel about that. So, okay, we got a mulligan from Dialga. So now it is Lost Box turn to draw an extra card. Okay. I will say that Iron Hands put in a lot of work for Alejandro. It's HP is just enough to put it in a really awkward spot in this matchup. So if Alejandro, I assume Alejandro's choosing to go first. Okay, I like this. Going first. Do we have a switch? That's the key. We got a comfy. We're doing a little bit of deck search here. Just sort of seeing, what am I looking at? What's priced? What's going on here? So no idea what's priced from our perspective, but maybe it doesn't concern Alejandro that much. Shuffling up right away, meaning we don't have another Pokemon search just yet. So just going to retreat the cram into the comfy and then give ourselves a little old comfy here to put something in the lost zone. Oh, is that the Roaring Moon and then another useful card like a Buddy Poffin? Oh, that's awful. Oh, it's a Mirage Gate. That's awful. Mirage Gate Roaring Moon was the choice. Nope. I don't like that. Don't like that. So the Mew start, it's all right. You got the free retreater. Ultra Ball, though, to search for your first Pokemon is not ideal. I'm not really sure what to get here. Maybe just the Dialga, but you really need Beldums if you want to get that Star Chronos off soon. Benefit here is, there's only one comfy in play, and the odds of Alejandro necessarily getting off a big attack next turn are almost zero. So probably a Cramorant play. Mew can take a Cramorant hit, that's fine. Okay, so then we do get a Nest Ball in response. Okay, so it's the Ultra Ball to look through the deck, and then the Nest Ball, probably grabbing a Dialga, maybe another Beldum. But, okay, grabbing the Zamazenta, really prioritizing that single prize attacker that can hit the comfies for weakness. Shuffling in one energy, just trying to thin out the hand so that he can draw a card off of Mew. I would imagine, I don't know what's in his hand, I would imagine looking for some kind of a supporter, probably a research. If we're using the Super Rod this early, maybe there's already a research in hand. Looks like an Ultra Ball though. So it looks like we're going to Ultra Ball away these two cards, probably just get a Beldum. Oh no, researching this away, okay. So yeah. One boss's orders being down, not ideal, but we play a few in the deck. So, should be fine. Now, the question is, do we find more Beldums? Do we find a Dialga? Ideally, you would find another Beldum at least, knowing that it's very unlikely that your opponent's going to be able to Radiant Greninja next turn. Is that 2 researches going down? Yikes! So he must have something like an Iono in his hand or something. When you research into all of your other supporters, and the other supporters should just researches. Ugh. Gross. But yeah, getting another Beldum down, knowing he has plenty of time now with Dialga. It's going to have Dialga come in as a finisher rather than an early game attacker. Yeah. Don't hate this. Looks like there's a Metang in hand too for next turn. So pretty good. Looking pretty good for Jonathan here. So Alejandro, let's see how he can establish this board a little bit more. Okay, did have the Colress. That is huge. So a few good cards there. We got a Buddy Pop and a Switch card, a Mirage Gate. Yeah, getting rid of one of the Super Rods, and I would either get rid of that and a Switch card maybe, or maybe the Energy, yeah. So keeping the Buddy Pop and the Switch card and the Mirage Gate, knowing you're going to need that Mirage Gate later. You've already gotten rid of one. Buddy Poffin here for 2 more comfies, just to keep this train rolling. Looks like at max, we're probably going to be able to get up to 6 if we really find everything we need, which is not going to be enough for Greninja. So Nest Ball, do we grab the Greninja now, is the question. Yeah, we grab the Greninja. I suppose there is a world where you can get into the play if you find a stadium and get rid of it. You could get into the Radiant Greninja play this turn. It's a bit of a long shot, but it's possible. 3 in the Lost Zone, there'll be 4 after this. Another Energy or Colress. Yeah, getting rid of the Colress, like I can't get rid of too much energy. Yep, Greninja is drawing 2. You got the water in hand. We got the Hisuian Heavy Ball if we need it. Switch cart going into another. Do we find a lost vacuum in a way? I think that's a lost vacuum, but do we find anything we can get rid of with the lost vacuum? To use the Mirage Gate to take out those Beldums, that would be huge. It looked like there was a lost vacuum and maybe another Mirage Gate, which does not feel good. It's hard to say though. Oh, switch cart. Okay, was not. Maybe it wasn't a lost vacuum then. Just getting the Hisuian Heavy Ball out of the hand, grabbing a Sableye seems fine. So we are up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the lost zone. Maybe you just take another turn off, let your opponent attack. At this point, maybe you're looking at like a Sableye play later in the game to take a few extra prizes with this Mew, getting 110. So Mew will be at 70 left. So you still have a nice Radiant Greninja play. You can Radiant Greninja. You can actually Radiant Greninja 2 Matangs, and then take 4 prizes with a Sableye play on 2 Matangs and the Mew. So it could get really nasty here with the damage spread if Alejandro chooses to go that route. So another research there, getting rid of, is that 2 more Super Rods? So yeah, not looking great on the Super Rod front for Jonathan this game. But looking amazing from a Matang perspective. You just got so many Matangs. It's going to buddy pop and probably just get more. Are you just shuffling? You're just getting more Beldum at this point. There might be one more Beldum you throw down, but you need to save space for at least one Dialga. So maybe just thinning the hand out. Definitely awkward here. Yeah, just going to use another one just to get rid of it. And then I suppose Nest Ball for the Dialga or maybe a Greninja. You can Nest Ball for Greninja here too if you really want to draw. Yep. Not much in the way of a draw engine for Dialga V-Star, so Greninja's heavily prioritized, I suppose. Now the question is, if that is the Prime Catcher that I see in hand, do you, I don't know if we see it in hand, but do you potentially go after the Radiant Greninja knowing that there's some bad plays that could be afoot? 2, 3, 4, we got one energy. Probably just going on to the Zamazenta. Okay, I think we have an energy in hand, so the Zamazenta is going to be attacking, so this next Matang, you're probably, definitely can attack. I guess the question is, do you use that energy in hand for Radiant Greninja draw? Alejandro there pumping his fist at the 0 energy hit at the whiff. Draw 1. Okay, you got 2 energy in hand, so you can still Radiant Greninja and attach for turn. Radiant Greninja drawing some more energy. Oh my gosh. Attaching for turn. Retreating. We've played the research. Now we have a bunch of Ionos. That's fine. So just doing 100 damage, leaving Cramorant alive, which is so dumb, honestly. I think if I were Alejandro here, like, I don't know what his switching options are though. You might just have to hit into the Zamazenta, just knowing full well there's not really much you can do. But we'll see if you can find a way to switch out of this. You prefer not to have to waste your energy if you can avoid that. But, I mean, what I would honestly love to see here, like, if I'm really playing this from the perspective of Sableye, right? I don't believe anybody has taken any prizes yet, so you have time. And there's a world in which I really prioritize Radiant Greninja. Hey, Sonia's around. Sonia was around. I wonder if you Radiant Greninja here, knowing you can clean up with Sableye. Because cleaning up, you could Sableye now too, but I really want to see the Radiant Greninja come in, put 90 onto 2 of those Matangs, knowing that you can clean up with Sableye and just really go to town. But we'll see. We'll see what we can do here. Okay, this is very nice. Yeah, Alex, this is top 4. Top 4 this round. Game 2 of top 4, Alejandro playing Lost Box and Jonathan playing Dialga V-Star. Oof, it's got the rescue board. Feel like we have the rescue board in hand, right? Right? Okay, shuffling some more Colress back into the deck. I like this. Putting some energy back into the deck. I like this. This is all excellent. Very nice sequencing from Alejandro here. Getting a lot of cards back into the deck. Yeah, I really like 90 onto 2 Matangs. And then 1, 1, what does that be? 1, 1, 7. And then you got 4 left over that you can throw onto the Dialga maybe. I do like this a lot. Yeah. So Alejandro very much seeing the line that he can take a 4-prize turn next turn with a Sableye. Absolutely brutal. And at this point, you just got to make hay while the sun shines, so to speak. And the nice thing about this for Alejandro is Iono is not going to be able to go in and mess up his plans this turn. We're both on 6 prizes, right? So it doesn't matter. If you're using Ionia, then you're not using Boss. If you're not using Boss, then Alejandro's happy. Interesting. Going to choose to attempt the... Oh my gosh. Oh, that's so good. Okay, so you got 2 going on to this. So we're going to see the response of the Radiant Shuriken leaving this in the active, taking out 2 Comfies, or you could take out the Sableye and a Comfy in response and leave the Radiant Greninja active. This is a spicy play from Jonathan here. Very spicy. Got 2 more energy? Okay. Things are getting, it's a little dicey. We don't know how many super rods have been used, so we'll see how difficult it is for Alejandro to respond with a super rod to get another Sableye back out. So much energy. Oh my gosh. Iono here. Okay, just trying to get the energy back in the deck, I suppose. It's totally fair. If you've got 3 or 4 energy in your hand, you prefer them to be in the deck. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, I like this. Interesting choosing to retreat here, go into that Mew, get some value out of it before it gets knocked out. I imagine just taking out the Sableye and a Comfy, most likely. Could take out Sableye and Cram as well if you really don't want a follow-up attacker. If you're like, hey, I don't think you have another Mirage Gate, so we'll take out your 2 attackers, basically. Forcing him to find Mirage Gate to even get an attack off with this. Yep, I do like this. I do like that. Just taking out the 2 attackers on board that you know can attack. Also a pivot Pokemon because of that that board, that rescue board. So playing a switch here. Going to be able to hopefully draw a couple more cards. He did shuffle, so there are... Interesting. I wonder what he's looking for. He does have the Colress in hand, so I wonder what he's looking for prior to Colress. Right? Is it the Boss maybe, so that you can go after the Dialga V-Star with your own Roaring Moon, perhaps? So we got 2 prizes there on the left as well. So the first 2 prizes of the game have been taken. But that does put the counter catcher online for Alejandro. Okay, so now we Colress. Can we find a way to get that Sableye back online? Yeah, we don't need Manaphy at this point. What else don't we need though? Gotta put 1 more card in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we're fine. And another Colress. I guess at this point your deck is pretty low if you're Alejandro, so feeling good. I'm gonna Pokestop here. That's a big yikes Pokestop. That's a huge yikes Pokestop. 2 energy and your Roaring Moon. You're already down some energy. You're already down some Pokemon. And you're already down some Super Rods. Dialga might just take this one off the back of a Mew EX Radiant Greninja attack. Okay. Interesting. Gonna Nest Ball, but for what? I don't think there's anything in that deck, is there? Just looking at his deck, sort of seeing what do I even have left? Okay, getting Raikou out. It's technically an attacker. Maybe he's getting the I think he might have the Forest Sealstone in his hand, so it's just saying like, well, I really need a Super Rod to make this work, so if I can, you know, find my way into that with a Raikou Forest Sealstone play, then fine. But it's not feel good knowing that your opponent might be able to Star Chronos to follow up. If you are not attacking this turn, right? You're just setting up. Yep, just choosing to go for it. It's a tough one. I don't blame him for going for it because you need to get those cards back in your deck as soon as possible, and you've already played the Nest Ball, right? So part of me says you'd rather do it now rather than later. Bossing up a Metang is not a terrible play, forcing him to put energy somewhere he doesn't want the energy to go. Looks like just holding, though, okay, attaching 1 water from hand and holding the Forest Sealstone. Knowing worst case scenario, you can just manually attach an attack next turn. But that does feel bad, right? You really don't want to attack with Radiant Greninja more than once if you're Alejandro. It's just so much energy that's getting discarded for that purpose. No, not yet. So I guess if you're Jonathan here, you're probably just looking for any way into a Star Chronos and a boss.
Yeah, it is a fail, but I see this as a positive because right now I got 2 people that were under oath.
Well,
One of them
it's 1 energy. I can't tell if that was from hand. I think it might have been. So if either of these Metangs can hit, and you can get 2 energy onto another Metang, or if you have a switch or a Prime Catcher. I think, is that the Prime Catcher that I see there? So we might have the Prime Catcher. So choosing to Iona before doing the Metangs, I believe. Interesting. Just really taking his time here for Jonathan. Alejandro there. Still at, I believe, 6 prizes, so. Let's see what we get off of this. Oh, there's the Prime Catcher. So now it's on the bottom. So the question now is, do you attach the energy to this Metang? I think you gotta. Otherwise, the Radiant Greninja just keeps leaving it trapped, right? Maybe he has a switch in hand, but I don't believe so. I could be wrong. Who knows? Who knows? I think we have 1 more Metang ability that we can use. Yep. Let's see what we get off of this. It's 1, just 1 energy there. So he would have hit the 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, I believe, that are on that Dialga V-Star. I mean, unless you're expecting this Metang to get knocked out, but if your opponent is telegraphing that they're going to try to do another Radiant Greninja play, they could just leave this Metang in the active and trapped. And you have a lot of energy in the deck, but if he leaves the Metang, I suppose if he's thinking if he leaves Metang active, but if you don't draw that Prime Catcher on this next turn, it's going to be a huge problem. So you have the super rod. We have,
Turn on a light bulb, and all of the ions are coming from distance to distance
yep,
with no.
yep, 2 energy and a
If you're
Sableye. I think the question here then is,
but you give him everything he needs to do your
I don't. It's an awkward one. I don't know.
Yes, no, I expect it to go wrong. Yes, so we will do this.
Yeah, I mean, there's a 4 prize situation that's lined up, but okay, we're Pokegearing. There's no more supporters left in the deck.
We're having
It's kind of wild, but I guess Alejandro still hasn't taken any prizes. So
what I'm saying is not under
I
oath.
think do we have the Forest Sealstone still? Yeah, you don't need the Buddy Buddy Puffin. Well, unless you need the Sableye. But at this point, I'm like, do you put the Sableye? Do you take 4 prizes with Sableye? Because if you do, then you really need to be able to follow up the Roaring Moon on the Dialga V-Star. Because if you are able to do that, then Jonathan can't take 4 prizes. He just can't, right? He's only 2 prizer and a 1 prizer, and that's the path. We do have a switch. So choosing to switch into that. At this point, Alejandro might. Okay, there is the. So I wonder if the Forest System went to the bottom after the Iono. So we do have the Forest System, but choosing to get rid of it there. Interesting. I don't think we have V-starred this game. Maybe he's got another one in hand. Maybe he plays 2 in the deck, but. Okay. Okay. Some 4D chess happening right now. I'm not exactly sure what the line is, because now you've put 2 2-prizers on. So if you are not able to get rid of this Dialga V-Star, it is threatening a knockout. It is threatening a Star Chronos followed by a boss attack, and that's game.
The person who's taking the record, courtrooms to go.
Okay.
I go. It's no longer on. There's no one to witness it.
Alejandro's brain must be cooking right now, because this is very confusing. I really want to leave this Metang alive. Take 3 prizes, leave the Metang. Yeah, I'm cooked thinking about this. Yeah, I do like this play. Yep, take 3 prizes. There we go. 3 on the right. Leave the Metang alive. You've got 2 prizes out though. I hate this. I'm like, the second Jonathan can start Chronos, the second he can boss and take the game. And I'm like, ooh, why is the Pokemon on the bench if you're not going to use it? Ugh. Sorry, this is me. This is me talking right now. Like, why put Pokemon down if not used? At this point, I honestly, there's a world in which I just think Alejandro just decks out. Because I think he's played most, if not all, of his super rods, right? Like, maybe the thought is a last-second Roxanne or Iono to stop yourself from decking out. There's the Prime Catcher. Okay. So, exactly what you were hoping not to see. 1 energy and a Prime Catcher, and you're in a world of pain. Because you Prime Catcher one thing, your bosses order the next, GG's 4 prizes. So let's see. I don't know if maybe Jonathan is missing something, though. Maybe there's too much energy in the discard. How much energy is on? 1, 2. I can't tell how much energy is on that Dialga. It looks like just 4. Yeah, you would definitely KO the Roaring Moon with the Star Chronos ability. It's 2. Is Roaring Moon 220 or 230?
There were plenty of people that were killed.
I think it's 220, right? I could be wrong.
They would expose them as
Interesting. Okay, so choosing to take the knockout there with the Zamazenta. 2 more prizes for Jonathan. I guess putting yourself in a checkmate situation, in theory, 230. So maybe that's why he decided to hold off. Maybe he didn't have the energy, right? He needs this energy to go away so he can maybe super rod it. It's tough. Um, you do not need Cramorant anymore, I don't think. I do not think he needs Cramorant at this point. Yeah. 110, it's doing 80, it's pointless. Now the question here is, it's got 1 damage left on that Metang. 230, yeah, 230 makes sense, because you do 200 damage to yourself when you do the attack and you stay at 30. So that makes sense. So the Star Chronos wouldn't be able to take it out, you'd need that extra energy. So we're going to switch cart. I assume we're going to see the Sableye play. Now does the Sableye take out, obviously you take out the Metang. Ooh, okay. Bossing the Metang, which means you're not going to take it out. Are you hoping that your opponent does not have more switching options, which they may not? So I think just trying to spread it around such that, so you're going 12 on the Zom. You will be able to take those 2, but there's a part of me that thinks you really need to take 2 more turns, right? Put another 12 or whatever on the Radiant Greninja, just hoping that Jonathan is trapped in the active here, right? He's played the Prime Catcher. They do not play any Turos. They don't play any switching cards. So the only way that Jonathan gets out of the active is energy. Energy is the only way that Jonathan gets out of this. So I don't know how much energy is left in deck, how much is in hand. I believe Metang is a 2 energy retreat cost, if I'm right. Is that correct? So in theory, if he's able to find 2 energy off of the Metang ability somehow. But I think we did see a bunch of Super Rods get put to the discard with a research earlier. So he might genuinely be in a spot where I can't get more energy. And I don't know. We will see. We will see. Because I think that's Alejandro's play here is don't allow this Dialga V-Star to ever get to the active. I don't think we see any energy left in that deck. Yikes. So if you have energy in hand, spend them while you can, I suppose, and hope that Alejandro, or, because I really think there's just too much energy committed to the Zamazenta, in my opinion. Okay, choosing to boss, trapping the Roaring Moon in the active. Okay. Oh, there was 1 Super Rod left. Thank you. Thank you. That's a very cool Japanese strip. So in response to his own Pokemon being trapped in the active, trapping something in the active. So I assume shuffling 3 energy in with that Super Rod, and we will see. There's one energy. The question is, where do you put it? You know you've got 2 left. So I think you're just leaving this Metang in the active. Depending on how many cards are left in deck, in theory, you should be able to get out of the active, but who's that? Oh, I can't tell who won that one. We will see. We will see. Okay, so it looked like Jonathan won that one. I think at that point, Alejandro realizing, oh, there's 3 more energy in the deck. I can't retreat this Roaring Moon. I'm stuck. I'm just going to deck out before you. And then it just sort of comes down to that, right? Like 2 players with really low decks. Roaring Moon, I think, has like a 2 or 3 retreat costs, so it's not going to be possible. But the Roaring Moon trapped in the active play. Oh, classic. But yeah, that is top 4. We are going to see another Dialga V-Star in the finals against Will. Will is playing Charizard. So Charizard versus Dialga V-Star will be a very interesting match.
So the plot twist of that whole match is that
Oh, Jonathan did.
conceded at the very beginning to him.
Jonathan conceded at the very beginning?
Yes, and they just
Oh.
played it out for fun.
You know what? I appreciate them.
Yeah,
It
I
was
thought they were
something to
joking,
watch.
And then I was like, wait.
Okay, so
When I
it
see him
actually.
circle Alejandro, I'm like, wait a moment.
So actually, newsflash. It will not be Dialga V-Star because Jonathan wants to go home. Just wanted to concede to his opponent, but play a fun game for all of y'all on stream. Shout out to Jonathan. That was pretty dope. And so it's going to be a Charizard versus a Lost Box in the final, which should be interesting. We'll see how much Churro comes into play. We'll see all of this, really. It's going to be wild. Oh no, it is not his mat. It is not his mat, Sam. I brought these two because it's also easy for me to distinguish who's where because they're different. So I brought these. These are my mats. So, yeah, that mat does look sweet, Justin. Actually, if you go into the link in this video, you'll see a link to our Discord. You can buy the mats. I roll a d20 whenever one gets bought, and if it's a 20, then that person will be sent a shiny mat. Unless they really don't want it, they can tell me. But yeah, if you want, they're $29.99. You can go get yourself a Viridian Forest playmat on our Discord. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. So we are going to be seeing Will on the left there and Alejandro staying on the right. So let me just quickly make this adjustment. There we go. And we are almost ready for the final round. There we go. We are at the finals. Finals time, baby. I'm already in the Discord. The link wasn't working on. Oh, yeah. It doesn't work on the mobile app of Discord because Discord does not want to pay Apple's fees or Android's fees, right? Like both of them, they take a cut of sales. So because they don't want that, they can't direct you to buy it on a mobile browser. You can buy it on a mobile browser. What camera am I using for the game cam? It is a Sony, I want to say it's a Sony ZV-7 or something like that. Yeah. It's a Sony camera though. It's a Sony camera with like a 35 millimeter lens or something. Maybe it's I can't remember what millimeter lens it is, but it's a slightly wider angle lens, slightly. But yeah. So I think they're just going ahead and I wonder if they're just giving it to Will. I know Will is very close to a Worlds invite, so they might just be giving it to Will to be like, hey, at this point, you know, if you're the one that needs the invite, then we're going to support you. ZV-E1. I think it's the ZV-1 or I can't remember if the ZV-E1 or the ZV-1, but it's the ZV something. So, how long is shipping in the United States if you order one? I will be shipping them as a batch on Monday. They'll probably be shipped either via priority mail or via, you know, whatever. So it'll probably arrive to you, depending on where you live, within a business week. So if I go out on Monday, you'll probably get it by Friday. So if you're looking to get it for, I think LAIC is a stretch. NAIC, you'll be fine. So if that's what's going through your mind. Yeah. And the price, I think I said it earlier, but the price reflects just cost of mats, cost of shipping, and then a $5 royalty per mat to the artist, Zach Roy. Huge shout out to Zach for letting me sell these mats finally. And huge shout out to Zach for also tweaking the mat so that there's a shiny version. I was very excited about that. Purple Cliff does shiny version like hoodies, and I've seen other, and I'm just like, yes, this is a good idea. Yeah, definitely worth it. And for the people who are in the stream, I will give you the tiniest little hint that there are likely to be more mats in a similar vibe and style, not by Zach Roy, but there will be more mats in the future. I will give you no more detail than that. I can't even give you a timeline. But the idea from the beginning, honestly, was to make this like a series. So there will be more mats in the future. Indeed. Indeed. So yeah, it's I'm excited. I'm as excited as y'all are. If I could be guaranteed to get a shiny one, no, I can't. That's it goes against the code, the shiny code. It has to be random. I know. Now, I will say, some people will probably get them at some point, and then you can negotiate with them if you want to buy it from them. But yeah. So Charizard here, starting with Charmander. Pretty good start. Charmander into a Buddy Buddy Puffin turn 1. And I believe we saw Rotom in hand, so gonna be a good turn for Charizard. Did we have a will win? Yeah. Yeah, just playing for fun.
They're playing for the mat.
Yeah. They're playing for the mat? Oh no.
I think it's more important than the points.
Oh no, somebody should have informed me.
No. Well, they're playing for the mat.
Are they? Are they actually playing for the
I
mat?
think they are.
Okay. You know what? I'll take
like
that.
it, though. The mat is
I'll let them play for the mat. you know what? We're gonna make an audible here. They can play for the mat because they're playing on stream, despite not actually needing to play. They can play for that mat. Shout out to them. It's a cool mat. I like that people want it. I didn't design it, so I can't really take much credit, but I like that people want it. I did have the idea. I did have the idea to do National Park mat, so I will give myself the tiniest modicum of credit. I was the creative director. Not the art director, but the creative director. I was the ideas guy.
Not me, baby. Actually, let's, how many do you need? 4?
Yeah, so great start. Absolutely excellent start there for Will. Looks like he's got the rare candy in hand. Creative directors get credit. Yeah, yeah. Also a good start from Alejandro here. So it looks like we're going to have an actual game. We got a cram. We got 2 comfies. Do we have a switch? We got a Colress turn 1. Shoo. Look at this. This is a real game. This is a real game. Okay. Choosing what to get rid of here, though. Looks like it's going to be... Ooh, what is that? It's another comfy and a super rod. Okay. Interesting, interesting. I feel like the super rod early is definitely a bold statement. I wonder if that will come back to haunt Alejandro, but we'll see. Got a rescue board there, so we will be able to retreat into the comfy. Oh, okay. I like this. Interesting. Getting rid of the rescue board instantly. No retreat at all, just to attack into this Charmander. Probably realizing there's not another switching card in hand, so just prioritizing killing one Charmander now, rather than getting one more card into the Lost Zone. I do like that. Rare Candy into the Pidgeot. Pidgeot's going to allow him to get whatever card he wants. He had a pretty big hand because of the Rotom at the end of last turn, so be interested to see if he is able to get into the Charizard as a response, or choose to do something else. Okay, grabbing the Forest Seals. No, grabbing the Arven is what it looks like. We're going to Arven for Forest Sealstone Rare Candy. I do like this. So this is why Charizard is such a strong deck, because like all you kind of need is just 1 or 2 pieces of the engine, and then everything else just falls into place, which is perfect, honestly. Perfect. Perfect. Sorry, I'm quoting The Boys now. Excited for the new season of The Boys, by the way. I don't know if any of y'all watch it. If you don't like gore, don't watch it. I think The Boys comes out in like 2 weeks, a week, something like that. It might be out already. Soon. So we are Arvening, we are getting a rare candy. We're getting that Forest Sealstone. We might have already used the Forest Sealstone, hard to say. Got a Buddy Poffin to grab a Bidoof and another Charmander. All looking really good here for Will. Very solid board state. Okay, well, Alex, definitely catch up. It's good. It's good. I think season 3 is the most recent one, so. Interesting. Choosing to take out some of that engine there. I don't mind that. Just fewer draw options for Alejandro here as a response. Because 1 comfy down. Okay, we do have another Colress, so we're gonna be able to get to the 7 in the Lost Zone this turn, which is huge. Because we got 4. This is gonna be 5, 6. Comfy will make it 7. The question now is, do we see the Roaring Moon response? Because that would be huge here, right? That would really. So what are we on? Will's taking 1 prize, 5 left. Actually 5 right too. If he's able to take the Roaring Moon response, that'll be huge, because that'll keep Alejandro sort of ahead on that prize trade. We'll see here. But it is an awkward one, because if he doesn't establish much more of a board state, it could make things a little dicey. The other option, although the Radiant Greninja play here is not very good, because that Bidoof is not able to be damaged by a Radiant Greninja. So it's a little awkward. Interesting. So just choosing what he wants here, knowing that he will be able to get into a Mirage Gate if he has the cards in hand. But, okay, choosing the Greninja, maybe for the draw. At this point, though, that is the Bidoof that does not allow it to be damaged by something like a Radiant Greninja. So, not going to be able to get quite as much value from that. But the draw power is still viable, right? And it might force Will to think about putting down something like a Manaphy, maybe. Got to switch into another Comfy, putting away the second Lost Vacuum. So 2 Lost Vacuums have been used now. I think it's all that Alejandro has access to. Don't think it will particularly matter. Got a Nest Ball. Do we go in for the attack now with a Roaring Moon? Yeah, where are we landing here is the question. Looks like an Iron Bundle. Interesting. Just sort of telling Will, hey, I need you to send something that's not that Charizard up to the active, and I'm going to do some damage. I guess at this point you're fine. If you get Iron Bundled, you're fine sending up the Pidgeot. It has free retreat. Now, I do wonder if Alejandro is remembering that this Bidoof cannot be damaged. It has the bench barrier ability, basically. Cannot be hurt. I'm pretty sure it cannot be hurt from a Radiant Greninja. So I'm wondering if Alejandro is remembering that. Maybe he's doing some setup damage. I got a Switch Cart. Do you do a little bit of setup damage on maybe Pidgeot? It's possible. Do you do a little setup damage on Charizard, right? 90 damage on Charizard would put it at 230. It's not ideal. Oh, I wonder, is this the realization? Or are you just deciding, where does that other 90 go? Okay. Yeah. I like putting it on the Pidgeot here. Putting it at 210 does put it in range if you are playing. I don't know. I think we're playing Iron Hands in this list, but I'm not sure. But if you are able to take 3 prizes now, so did take 1 more prize for Alejandro. And you've left a Pokemon in the active you really don't mind getting knocked out. I do like the Iron Bundle too, to really just force your opponent to send something else up to take a hit. You also have Raikou V. Raikou V's attack can also take out the Pidgeot. Not ideal because it is another 2 prize attacker. So, but the prize race here, the prize trade here is pretty even. We're going 1 for 1 every turn. It feels like. Same with Charizard here. Really is only going to be able to take 1 prize. So interesting. Good time. I think this is a good time to get the Jirachi out, especially if you know you're going to take out this Radiant Greninja. Put Jirachi down. Stop the Sableye plays. And just know that if your opponent really wants to Radiant Greninja in the future, it's going to cost him a lot of resources. A Super Rod, a Mirage Gate, a Water from hand, 2 Mirage Gates maybe. And then the question really becomes, like, is that worth it? Is it worth it to try to do that again? And I just don't think at this point it is. There's not really a valid target. Interesting, choosing to bench the Radiant Charizard here. Pretty early. I know putting that fire energy down, but strong play. I'm not sure if he's expecting Alejandro to take 2 more prizes. I do think it would be difficult for Alejandro. Maybe he's just assuming that this Charizard's going to go down, or that the Pidgeot's going to go down, right? And that the 2 prizes will just come right off the board, and then he'll have a Radiant Charizard to swing with to sort of make that prize trade a little more awkward. Yeah, Will is very much set up. He does not have another Charmander, though. I do want to point out that is a little awkward. Don't think you're going to be able to boss up the Radiant Charizard and Greninja other stuff, because it's just, like I said, it's a lot of resources to get another Radiant Greninja off, because it is going down this turn. Just straight up. That Radiant Greninja is not long for this world. I'm pretty sure. So it would require a Super Rod, a Nest Ball, a Mirage Gate, and a Water Energy from hand, all just, and then, yeah, the boss to put something in the active that you don't want there. all to do 90 to a Pidgeot and maybe take out Jirachi. So you take one more prize. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's going to be hard to find that line, I think. We do have, I believe, the. We do have. Okay, there's some cards here. We have the nest ball. Yeah, you get rid of the Buddy Poffin, and it's a weird one. Alejandro has Iron Hands, right? I think you usually play Iron Hands in this list. I am not 100%. I think he has Iron Hands in the list. So Iron Hands on Pidgeot would be very good. It would put you down at one prize, which would mean that the Iron Bundle becomes incredibly valuable. We do have the Prime Catcher in hand. So the question really is, do you have enough energy and enough Mirage Gates left to pull off that Iron Hands play? Because I think that's what Alejandro is really going to be aiming for here. Okay, so I think we got a Forest Seal Stone there. So depending on what's in our hand, you could theoretically get any card you want. I do like this, getting the Raikou out so that you can Forest Seal Stone at a minimum. Now, that's a tough one. I think if I'm Alejandro, I am going, let me go 4 left as well. I am going for the Iron Hands here because that just puts you in kind of a checkmate scenario, especially with Iron Bundle on the field, where, there's not going to be much you can send up that would survive most things you can attack with. Interesting, attaching the Lightning Energy to the Raikou, though, so maybe he's not playing Iron Hands in this list. So we are, I assume, V-starring here, grabbing the Mirage Gate. I don't know, maybe there was a realization that it doesn't have quite enough energy in order to pull off a 4 energy Iron Hands play. It's pretty awkward. You're definitely going to want an Iron Bundle here. Okay, now are we going into the Roaring Moon to take 2 prizes? That's the thought, right? You go into the Roaring Moon. No, you're going to take the Pidgeot out here. Take the Pidgeot out and then set up that Roaring Moon as a checkmate, right? Where like, hey, anything you're probably going to attack with other than Radiant Zard. See, this is where it gets awkward, right? If the Radiant Zard is able to come in, and if Will is able to, in response, take, Iono or Roxanne, I think that's going to be Will's desire here, is to reset that hand size a little bit. So, wrong one. So Alejandro there going down to 2 prizes. Choosing what to send up here. So Radiant Zard, I think, is the right call. You're going to be able to take your own 2 prizes if you're Will. You know that your opponent, their plan is to, okay, so we don't see a Roxanne or an Iono. That's big, very big. Now the question is, you do have Prime Catchers. That's huge. So that means you can take out the Roaring Moon in response. Yeah. Yeah, Alejandro could Raikou next turn. The problem is the Raikou, I'm trying to think of it can maybe take out the, I think if I'm Will, the Raikou can take out the Rotom right now. That's a problem. Yeah, the Rotom is the problem. But if you can collapse Stadium, if you can put one thing down and find a collapse Stadium, which I don't think he has, but because the Pidgeot probably would have found it for him. But you can't Turo it. But I do like this play, though, because it does make it a little bit more difficult for Alejandro. There's not an instant KO. So it does require him to find the boss. I mean, I guess he needed the boss either way. He needed the boss to bring up something other than the Zard. So it's a bit of a 6 one way, half a dozen the other scenario, to be honest. But you play it out. You see. You're like, I'd rather this not be here. It's fine. So the question is then, does all Alejandro needs is a boss. That's all he needs. If Alejandro has a boss, then that'll do it for this game. So we have the Pokestop. We have Pokegear. So that's almost the rest of the deck. Can he find a boss in those 7? We got Colress. Colress is not boss. Ooh. Countercatcher is not online. They're both at 2 prizes. So I'm safe, is what Will is saying. So I'm good. We're gonna spin. Oh, spin the wheel. Get everything. You're fine. Now, the question is for Alejandro, if he's not going to be able to boss, he is able to Iron Bundle if he needs, but really, your goal is, I don't even think you can Moon here, right? Will is in a bit of a checkmate scenario if Alejandro does not find boss, because if you Roaring Moon, Radiant, if you Roaring Moon, you win, right? So I guess he's just shuffling it in, trying to find the Roaring Moon combo right now. All in his hand, take 2 prizes, end the game. So. So we have Buddy Poffin. Do we have a Nest Ball? Do we have a Nest Ball? Do we have a Nest Ball? No. Do we have a Moon? Do we have a Mirage Gate? We have a Dark Energy. If we have too many Dark Energy, that's also bad. Do we Colress? We switch cart. We're going to try again. Going to spin that wheel. That's Iron Hands, I believe, going to the Lost Zone. There's a lot of thinking here, so I'm assuming he doesn't have it. It's interesting. Interesting. Now, I think I heard my brain's broken. Okay, just going to switch into Raikou, looking for something, anything, please. Colress, just put the rest of his deck in his hand. And there's all the cards he was looking for. I think Alejandro probably, maybe you can retreat still. It's hard to say. But Jesus, his deck, deck is done? Yeah, his deck is done. Yeah, I don't. He ain't got no more cards. Unless he's got a Super Rod, he's not going to be able to Mirage Gate either. So, I mean, would you Iron Bundle? You Iron Bundle and pray? Your opponent doesn't have 1 energy left in deck? I don't know. I don't know what you do with this. Yeah, Iron Bundle and pray. Say, okay, here's Jirachi. I think you, if you don't take the knockout, if you do take the knockout, it doesn't matter. Your opponent just passes. Because you got no cards in deck. Yeah, that's rough. That's okay, so we do have a Super Rot. So you can put 3 energy in, and I don't know why you even bother with the Radiant Greninja. I think you just put 3 energy, because what if you draw one of those energy? What if you draw an energy? Okay. And then that's interesting. Okay. I'm going to cram the Jirachi and cry. Okay. So we have more cards in the deck now. Interesting, interesting. I like this. Not putting a boss back in. Bold plays. But once you go down to 1 prize, I don't think it's going to matter. There's life. Yeah, technically there's life, but I don't know, man. What kind of life is this? Yeah, boss. There we go. Will, just sitting on it. Just like, yeah, you play out your turn, but if you're not knocking out this Charizard, game's over. Oh, that's funny. But I will say, you gotta take your chances. Iron Bundle's a weird card where, like, look, my opponent's probably not gonna do this, but on the off chance that they send the Rotom up, I don't know. Maybe you want me to win. So you just try. So that was game one. Alejandro taking game one there. We'll see how game two goes. I will say, the chroma key on this Arizona is wild. It's if you want to see the green screen behind me, it's taking all the green off of the can and it's just showing a background. It's very funny looking. Here, you can come see it here. So you see, this is the can. See how they see the background behind it? It's very funny. All right. And going into game two, I am not sure who wants to go first or second in this matchup. Maybe Alejandro still wants to go first because they don't want to give Charizard very much time to get set up. That would be my only thought there. Just don't want Charizard to get much of a chance. Yeah, feel free to come look. Yeah, we do. We're streaming that match from in there. So they're playing right now, and I'm commentating it, which is kind of fun. It's kind of interesting. Do you play Pokemon? No? It's fine. Nice. You have a Pokemon deck? Okay. That's fine. That's fair. You know, you can build a cool deck out of just the cute ones. So. Okay. All right. Could be the last game of the night. We shall see. I think it was a lot closer of a game. It was a very close game. Let's just say that. Ooh, starting the Cleffa looks like going first. Okay, starting the Cleffa going first. I think Charizard always wants to go first. I know that there's the off chance that, not off chance, but there's the reality that sometimes Lost Box can go and take a sneaky single prize, but I don't know if you want to sometimes, right? Like, you don't know this, but the Raikou, are we insinuating that Charizard isn't cute? I mean, he's aight. He's aight. I don't think he's cute. Squirtle's cute. Charmander is cute. Charizard, I don't think Charizard is very cute. He's cool, but he's not cute. I just want a playable Squirtle deck. I don't care about Blastoise. Just give me a playable Squirtle deck. Give me a competitive Squirtle deck. I want Pokemon to do that. I want that commitment Pokemon. Make a competitive deck out of the base forms of these Pokemon. Give me Radiant Charmander, Radiant Squirtle. Anyways, we're buddy popping here. So, very similar setup to the last one. The only difference here being Alejandro, unfortunately, has a Raikou in the active. Not ideal to have a 2-prize there, but you are going to draw an extra card, which is not the worst. So we're going to draw that energy, that water energy there. Hello. Oh, no, you're good. So we did find a switching card. We can, okay, nice. We're going to Colress first, and then we're going to be able to Comfy. The question is, can we also find the Cram and another switch, and another 2 switches, basically? Because you really need, like, if you can get that, and you can take that first prize on the Cleffa, that's a pretty big deal.
Happy little dinosaur, smile, it's almost over.
So we do find the Radiant Greninja here with the Nest Ball. Going to be able to draw some more cards. Probably just looking for, at this point, more switching cards so that we can hopefully find our way into a Cramorant turn 1. I think that kind of aggression in this deck is probably ideal in this matchup. Although going on the even prizes, I don't know, it might be awkward. Hello, hello. Yeah, hello, hello. I got lots of wonderful people here. Getting rid of a Super Rod. I mean, I guess with 4 in the deck, maybe, I can't remember if it really made a difference in the last game. It just, yeah. Okay, Prime Catcher. Interesting. Choosing to bring up the Pidgey of all things, not the Charmander. So I would imagine then not expecting to attack this turn. Because if you thought you could attack, you would definitely have brought up the Charmander. Because if the Pidgey survives, it's just going to free retreat if he has a Pidgeot, right? So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the Lost Zone.
Wondering what the mystery ones are.
So, Buddy Poffin here. I'm not really sure what you get out. You
And I could tell what that was.
a Sableye,
Holding a knife.
maybe. Just doesn't really feel like you need to get anything out. Just one less card in your hand. And the question is, will Will be able to follow up with some evolutions of his own? All right, if he can evolve this Pidgey and evolve this Charmander on the next turn, that Radiant Greninja kind of turns off unless he puts out more Charmanders, but at that point you just put down Manaphy too, right? And then just choosing to pass there, but did on turn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my God. 6 cards in the Lost Zone, turn 1 going second is wild. So he does have the rare candy in hand for Will. Okay, so we got Pidgeot. Do we have a Charizard? Probably. Okay, choosing there to bench. Gonna Iono. I guess this is fine. See as many cards as you can before you do the Pidgeot. Maybe you'll draw into the pieces you need, right? We got an Ultra Ball, so we do have it. We have Ultra Ball. All we need is a Charizard, or a Rare Candy. So you can Ultra Ball for the Charizard, Rare Candy from the Pidgeot, and you're off to the races. Now the question is that a choice belt that I see? Because if it is, there is a no, I don't think you can do that. No, you're not going to be able to do it because I think the Prime Catcher is now on the bottom. So I think you just take the one prize you can now. And yeah. And then you Pidgeot for the Rare Candy. You've already supported for the turn. And yes, that does mean that the Radiant Greninja might be able to take 2 prizes next turn on Cleffa and Charmander, but that's fine. Again, the resources needed for that are pretty steep. And then if you are Will, then in response, you definitely want to try to get rid of that Raikou, because that Raikou is going to be a problem for your Pidgeot in the long run. So we'll see. We'll see what Alejandro can respond with. But I think for now, we're going to Nest Ball, maybe get Manaphy out. You could get Manaphy, which is interesting, or you could get Bidoof. So, I mean, with 6 in the Lost Zone, you could also just get Jirachi, but I feel like either Manaphy or Bidoof here if you're worried. Yeah, there we go. We see the Manaphy come down. Basically saying the only way I'm letting you get to these guys is if you go through it via Sableye. And then if he's not able to get to Sableye next turn, I could easily see a world in which Jirachi comes down as a follow-up. Interesting. Okay, going into the Cleffa and just drawing. I guess just knowing that, like, you know, your opponent's probably not going to be able to do all that much. They can take out one Cleffa. The second they take out the Cleffa, then you'll be able to knock out Raikou, whether or not you have the choice belt. Interesting, okay. Just choosing to leave the Comfy there. So I believe, is that Artisan going into the Lost Zone? Colress. You know that your opponent is down a Prime Catcher. You know that your opponent's only other real options are going to be Boss, which would not put cards in the Lost Zone, or Counter Catcher, which are not online. So this is interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 in the Lost Zone right now. We've seen a lot of switching cards already used, though. So could very well just see at this point, you know, you may not want to attack with any of these guys. So maybe just draw some cards. Yeah. So you get to 10. Can't, oh my gosh, another super rod going into the graveyard. And then it looks like it is just a pass. So Will now, big stack of cards in his hand. Got a Buddy Poffin, can go get the Jirachi now to finish off the trifecta of Don't Touch Me. Hey, Alex, welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, getting the Jirachi down now, basically saying you have no power here, Lost Box. The Charmeleon online, just good stuff. So really saying, hey, like if you don't find your way into a boss to kill this Pidgeot or Roaring Moon on the next turn, I'm just going to be Turoing things up, you know, for a turn or two, and you're just never going to take another prize. Yep, I like this. Prime catchering the Raikou and taking 2 prizes because of the choice belt. There was a choice belt on the Charizard, so allowing you to do 210 on the Raikou. Good stuff there. Why did I think, did Will win the first match? What's the beverage of choice for the Sportscast? Well, this is a Arizona green tea, although you can't tell because it's the same color as the Chroma Key. I can't remember who won the first match. Is that bad? That's bad, right? That's bad. I said it was Alejandro, but I think it was Will. I think Will won that one. Yeah. Alex, was it Will that won that when Charizard won the first game? I'm pretty sure Charizard won the first game. Yeah, Charizard won the first game. Yep. So Alejandro here, just shuffling some things in with some super, with I don't know what actually. I don't know why I'm pretending like I know. Yeah, Will showed Boss's Order. Yeah, that's correct. I was like, why is that 1 on the wrong side? Got a Pokestop here, and just ready to absolutely ruin Alejandro's day. Oh no, that's not so bad. Okay, and we're gonna Super Rod back in, some energy. Yeah, primarily energy is my guess. So probably 1 of each. I don't know if we need the Raikou, but I guess prioritizing the Raikou, fair enough. Now, I'm gonna Mirage Gate here? Is that what we're doing? Is that what we're working with? Yep. So we're gonna see the Roaring Moon finally come into play. The awkward part about this one, and the reason why I actually would have liked to have seen Will attach an energy to the Charmeleon is you could actually take a sneaky knockout with the Charmander or Charmeleon. You still might be able to, right? Like, I think Charmander, one of them does 30 for 1 energy. So, so there is a world in which you just, in response, knock out the Roaring Moon with a Charmander. I don't know if Will is running those Charmanders. I can't remember which he's running. But there is a Charmander that has an attack for 30 damage for 1 energy. So that would be a very sneaky way to finish that one off. So taking 2 prizes there is Alejandro. So the response. I really would love to see that Charmander play, but I don't know. I mean, you can still probably get to it, right? With the right combination of cards. You can evolve into the Charizard and all that good stuff. At this point, I don't think you need Rotom. You play a Luminion in the deck, so yeah. I like this. I like this call. You can definitely grab out the Charizard. You do have Radiant, but do you have the Charmander? Do you have the sneaky little Charmander boy? I don't know if you do, actually. I wonder if we see a Super Rod here. Because you could... Yeah, you could... doesn't really matter the order, but interesting. would take a lot of energy for that Radiant Zard to come online. So I personally like getting a Super Rod here. It looks like, though, we're going to Arven for the Super Rod and for a Seal Stone. Yep. No, I guess you don't need it. Oh, well. And then play the Super Rod, shuffle back in Charmander and some energy, would be my guess. Yeah. 2 energy and Charmander. Charizard? Okay. A lot of Charizard. Don't know if you need that many Charizards. There's a Radiant Zard. Okay. Okay, I guess your thought there is I will power up this Charizard, I will power up a Radiant with 1 energy, and that way if you knock out any of my 2 prizers, Radiant Zard can come in on the following turn. It's totally fine. He must be running the other Charmander then. But yeah, definitely going to be able to take the knockout here with this Zard. Yeah, Charmeleon, Charizard. There we go. We got the Charizard. And then the question for Alejandro is definitely going to be, how do I respond to this? Because if I respond with a 2 prizer, the game is over. So I'm going to have to respond with a single prize attacker. I do love this play. I love getting rid of the Pokestop. And then taking the Roaring Moon, not really a surprise. Yeah, Iron Hands is just going to put you at 1, right? So it's not really enough. So at this point, you're really thinking, I think you got to be hoping for some kind of a, I don't even know. Yeah, I guess you boss up the Radiant Zard and maybe if you can Sableye here, trap the Radiant Charizard, right? Start setting up some damage. I don't know. That was my only thought. There's maybe a Radiant, a Sableye play where you trap the Radiant Zard, but is that the Roxanne? That is the Roxanne. Okay. So we are going to see Will draw 2. Alejandro's going to get all 6. Problem is, though, you've benched the Cramorant, and so your only attackers... I guess, no, the Sableye can't do anything anyway, so... I guess the Grenade... I don't even know what you do. You hit with the Cram, and then Sableye the following turn? Ugh, it's just so bad. It's so bad. Yeah, between the Jirachi and the Manaphy, there's not really too much that Alejandro can do other than just hope that you can take out this Jirachi, counter catch or something on the following turn. Or maybe just trapping the Jirachi entirely, right? There's definitely 1 energy. There's definitely 1 energy in the deck. Oh, you just Turo it. It's fine. Just play Professor Turo. Put it back down. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Got the playmat ordered. Yo, Justin, nice. I'll send you a DM on the Discord later. Okay, so Charizard taking 1 more prize. Will going down to 1 prize remaining. And I don't think it's possible. You've got a Radiant Zard that can knock out anything in Alejandro's deck. You've got a Charizard that can knock out anything in Alejandro's deck. I think this is the end of the rope. I mean, there is a world in which maybe you boss up the Radiant Zard again, because Radiant Zard only has... How much energy is on that Radiant Zard? Is it 2? It's kind of a lot. Yeah, but the reality is Will has another Turo most likely in deck, and the Pidgeot will be able to get the next Turo. It's just the reality of it. So, it might be in the prizes. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's go. Comfy attack. We're going to draw. And then at this point, you search your deck. I think the question is, do you have the Turo? Probably. Team Yell Cheer. Yeah, there we go. We have the Turo. And that's going to do it. Will just coming in. Charizard overkill. Game goes to Will. Very nice. Very nice for Will there. So Will taking it there, both at the concession, but also fair and square. So shout out to Will for taking the dub there. Yeah, and that's gonna do it. I think we chatted with Will, so all he needs now, he needs to just get top 128 at LAIC, no, at Los Angeles, and then he'll get his Worlds invite.
With the winner?
Huh?
Would you like to interview the winner?
I mean, I can bring him on real quick. I interviewed him earlier.
Jonathan, they wanted to be the winner.
What matchup did Charizard lose to? I'm not sure. I don't know if he lost to anybody. That was the finals, so I don't know if Charizard lost. But hello, welcome back.
Oh my gosh, Piplup.
Oh yeah. So there you go. There you go. I'll put Pipple up here. We'll bring Pipple up there. We'll turn the camera though so it can see you. Take a seat.
Hey guys.
Take a seat in the winner's circle. So I'm gonna awkwardly get on my knees like I'm a terrible football coach. All right, good job out there. Good job. Good job. Getting those points.
Yeah.
So just top 128 now, right? At
Top
LA.
120. I need to win I need to get top 4 at a league challenge, but I feel like that's like for a
Fingers
little bit of
crossed. Although you only got like what 3 weeks left or whatever,
Yeah.
so they closed the season.
Yeah, so I mean, we'll see. I can
Yeah.
also get it with top 64 now at LA, and I can also get it with top 128 at or
Yeah.
top 1024 at NAIC. So I'm feeling pretty confident. Yeah.
that's good.
It was good. My friend Alejandro and it was basically all of our car in top 4. I don't know if you knew that.
Nice. That's
so
cool.
yeah.
So everybody was like, okay, we're pulling for you.
Yeah.
You're gonna get that invite.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice. That's awesome.
So it's fun to be here with like the squad and with a bunch of friends. So
That's always
yeah.
that's the best. That's like when everybody in your squad too can pull up and be like, hey, we all did great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Heck yeah. So yeah. I mean, I don't know if there's much more to say. It was a great game. It was a great match.
The second game I think was
No,
was a little
the
bit
second
of
game was weird. It got real
Oh
weird.
yeah, 'cause I was listening to what you were saying, and I was like, hell no, I'm not doing what the commentator's saying.
No, I don't know if that was a good idea or a bad idea. I was sitting there though, and I was just
He's
like,
he's gonna go for crown. I'm like, nope.
I was like, when the second coming came, I was like, you're committed to no cram on the club up, and I'm like, all right.
I just threw it the last time.
No, it's fine. I have no clue. So yeah, it's a good game though.
It was fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the first one was really like
Yeah,
we were just
that
playing for
one
the
was
mat.
great.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
one
yeah.
was a good
Yeah.
series.
The like one prize trades at the beginning, and then there was one turn where like we couldn't remember. Do you have Iron Hands in your deck?
I had the loss on it.
Okay. Yeah, that first game we were like sitting here. I couldn't see what was in
Oh.
the lost zone, and I was just like, man, if you could Iron Hands the Pidgeot,
It was
that would have given you.
You prized two gate, right?
Yeah, it was the gate
Yeah.
for the Iron Hands. So I was just like, I need the gate because the other
Yeah,
prize. So
yeah, you
Yeah.
really need. Yeah, so it was awkward, but
Yeah.
Lost Zone does that to you.
Yeah,
Lost Zone hurts.
there was some tweet that was like, "Lost Zone is you just staring at your deck for 30 minutes and being like, I hate this card, I hate everything about it, and then you win." But I beat him, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, congrats
Thank
once
you.
again. Thank you for coming on to chat, and thanks to all the people on stream that said hi.
Thanks for watching, guys.
Yeah, it's a good match.
Yeah.
Oh, also, I heard that y'all were betting on a playmat if you won.
Yeah, that was.
You're more than welcome to take one of your choosing.
Oh.
Yeah, I was informed, and I'm like, I'm down.
Oh, we. It was the.
Oh, it's
champion
one of
playmat.
your playmats.
So no.
No.
Champions match.
Oh,
Yeah, so
right, the one that you get
because
for
our
winning
whole
a cup.
car is top 4, so you
Oh.
get the.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
can come and scoop.
Nice.
Automatically
Yeah,
scoop.
but like we'll still play for the
Yeah,
mat.
we'll play
Yeah.
for the mat. Yeah.
Nice,
Exactly,
nice. That's
yeah.
very cool. What's the mat for this?
Let me go grab it.
Yeah.
Show it off.
We can show off the fancy playmat, the Temporal Forces League Cup format playmat. Looks like I'm still sitting. Yeah. I'm on the coach's knee right now. That's what I'm on. So this is the fancy Raging Bolt playmat. Too bad the Pokemon is not particularly playable, but
Yeah.
it's not bad.
could be good.
It could be. I mean, Ogerpon, right?
5-1 with Raging Bolt. It's slept on.
I mean, I played
Very
it.
slept on.
It just I played it with electric generators though, and it hurt me.
That's tough.
Electric
yeah.
generator was just like nah.
You don't have a lot of electric Pokemon in the deck. So.
Well, I played the Maridon build,
Got it. Okay.
so like it was interesting, but electric generator is never my friend. I got to stop playing that card.
That and Beldum.
Oh my God, yes. All right,
All right.
we're showing off a Raging Bolt deck real quick.
Shout out to Carter for giving me this list.
Yo, okay. So you're playing an electric build. I like that.
Good,
Oh no, are you playing the Sandy Shocks version?
Yeah, the Sandy Shocks.
Nice. I do know that the Ogerpon next set, people are talking about that makes Raging Bolt good
The
too.
new draw engine for the deck.
Yeah, because it needs it. I will say though, the one thing I would like to see in the deck is a Legacy Energy, because the biggest problem I had playing it was all of my attackers are 2 prizers. And
Yes,
if your
all of them are two
opponent,
prizes.
yeah, and if your opponent can start taking prizes first, you basically lose. They get 3 turns, and you can never take more.
This is the sneaky little guy. you
This
gotta
is
play.
the sneaky flutter main.
Flutter main?
Yeah.
It goes hard. It goes hard. Trust, trust, trust.
All right, well, congrats again on top 2.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
We
and
tried, we tried.
and thank you for playing out the match. It was cool. It's cool to watch.
Yes. We
All
had
right.
to. We had to.
Yeah.
Give you a show, you know?
Yeah. All right, chat. I'm gonna head out. Oh my God. I'm gonna head out. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you at the next cup, probably in July.